Trevor, if you get a chance, give me a call. There's a couple issues I got outstanding with you. I just like to get them wrapped up. So when you get nothing urgent, when you get a moment.
Absolutely.
Well, it's 5 o'clock. Does anyone have any reason to believe that Marianne's not intending to join us? Is there an issue of any sort?
I have no idea.
Haven't
All right,
heard.
we have a quorum. We'll get started. We're going to be going to closed session anyway, and she can join us then. So the February 13, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order. This meeting is being held by teleconference on account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The City Council appreciates everyone's patience as we navigate this Zoom meeting process. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch the meeting by visiting malibucity.org/virtual meeting on their internet browser. At that webpage, members of the public can click on a tab to watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items by following the instructions on the screen. During the meeting, the city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak when the item is called. You must be present in the Zoom meeting room in order to speak at the meeting. Otherwise, you can watch the meeting on one of the other forms of media on which the meeting is live streamed. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum with Councilmember Riggins absent.
Thank you. It's not, Kelsey, it's not on the agenda to ask if we properly posted.
Now.
Let's give her a minute. Welcome.
Sorry,
Kelsey, no problem. Kelsey, do you technically need to call Marianne to complete the role?
No, we'll just note that she's joined the meeting.
Okay. We don't ask for the agenda report for when we start before the closed session. Is that accurate?
You haven't typically, but I'd be happy to give you one.
Seems to me that it would be appropriate. Could you please?
Of course, the agenda for this meeting was properly posted on February 2nd, 2023.
Thank you. Do we have any public speakers on the closed session items?
Give me just one moment to confirm, please. And no, I don't have any speaker signups. I don't see any raised hands from the public.
Okay, no surprise since they really can't comment on what they don't know about. We will now recess to close session. I'm sorry, does any council member have anything to say?
I just have, Bruce, the approval of the agenda, what we just did, will we revisit that when we get to, and the reason I say that, Ryan,
See, we didn't approve the agenda.
Okay,
We just
we'll go
approved
back and
it
do
was
that.
properly
Cool.
posted.
Gotcha. Thank
Yep.
you.
Sure. We will now recess to closed session to discuss the items listed on the closed session agenda. We will reconvene at 6:30 p.m. to begin the regular session and hear the closed session report. See you at
Excellent. Thank you.
6:30. Bye. Okay, it's 6:30. The February 13, 2023 regular meeting of the Malibu City Council is now called to order once again tonight. This meeting is being held by teleconference on account of the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. The City Council appreciates everyone's patience as we navigate this Zoom meeting process. Council members and staff are participating from remote locations, and all votes will be taken by roll call. Members of the public can participate in the meeting or watch the meeting by visiting malibucity.org/virtual meeting on their internet browser. At that webpage, members of the public can click on a tab to watch the meeting or to sign up to speak on particular items by following the instructions on the screen. During the meeting, the city clerk will call on those who have signed up to speak. When the item is called, you must be present in the Zoom meeting room in order to speak at the meeting. Otherwise, you can watch the meeting on one of the other forms of media on which the meeting is live streamed. Council members and members of the city staff are encouraged to use the Zoom raise hand function if they have comments to make during the meeting. I will call on meeting participants in turn. That way we will have a clear discussion for the record and for the public. May we please have a roll call?
Councilmember Grisanti.
Here.
Councilmember Riggins.
Here.
Councilmember Stewart.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Urine.
Here.
Mayor Silverstein.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Can I have a volunteer to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? How about Steve? All right, Paul, go ahead.
Steve, Mary Ann, anybody?
Who's
I
there?
pledge allegiance
To the
flag
flag of the
of
United States
States of
States
America.
of America and
and
to
to
the
the
republic for which it stands,
One nation,
nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. May we have a closed session report, please?
Yes, at 5:00 p.m., the City Council met in open session, then recessed to closed session for the items posted on the listed agenda and took no reportable action.
Thank you for that very informative report, Trevor. May we please have a report on the posting of the agenda?
The agenda for this meeting was properly posted on February 2nd, 2023.
Great. Now can we have an approval of the agenda?
I'll move to approve the agenda.
I would like to move the agenda and have the meeting adjourned in the honor of Guy Weston Embry. Ryan Embry's father died today.
Oh.
Ryan has been a standard here in Malibu for a long number of years. I think he spent the last year back in Pasadena trying to take care of his father. The gentleman died at the age of 100, so he lived a full life. And I just think it's appropriate for us to recognize him at this moment. So I would like to adjourn the meeting in his honor.
I'll second.
Okay, can we have is that a second for the, who moved to?
I moved to approve the agenda with Ryan Embry, father being recognized.
Got it.
And Mary Ann seconded, I think.
Okay, then we have a motion and a second. Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Urine.
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins.
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti.
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart.
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Great. That takes us to written and oral communications from the public. Communications from the public concerning matters which are not on the agenda, but for which the City Council has subject matter jurisdiction. Do we have any speakers?
Yes, you have 11 speakers signed up. The first few are Brian Manor, Joe Drummond, Mario Sandoval, and Lloyd Ahern. We'll hear from Brian Manor first.
Good evening, Mayor Bruce Silverstein and council members. I'm speaking to you on behalf of the restaurant outdoor dining program that you have in place right now. Currently, the city of Malibu has a temporary program called the RRP program, which is the Restaurant Recovery Program. This program is planning to end March 31st, 2023, in which case all restaurants would have 90 days to get their operations brought back indoors. I just wanted and why is this important? It's because a lot of cities and communities are looking to extend their outdoor dining programs to help meet the needs of the community. By considering to extend the RRP program, it would help the community with engagement. It would also facilitate the city in seeking opportunities for improving the permitting process for not only outdoors dining, but for planning projects in general. Some examples would be like the city of Ventura, which has formed a community that has both the city staff members as well as community members that are engaged in focusing on outdoor dining and creating that experience of being able to shop and eat outdoors in an environment that is friendly. So the city of Malibu, the city of Ventura has what they call a Main Street Moves, which is, like I said, a public-private partnership. The city of LA has an Al Fresca program, which is a revocable permit that allows for outdoor dining within the sidewalks and public right-of-way spaces. Even the city of Westlake Village has adopted an ordinance 300-23 that allows for a temporary use permit for outdoor dining. And like I said, this is all to facilitate that experience of being able to eat outdoors as well as shop and be able to come together as a community. Like I said, this is a very beneficial program, and I would encourage Malibu to either use, because I've given some examples. I wrote into the city and I provided some examples, and maybe the city can, all these different communities are different in one way or another. Take examples from each one of their ordinances or their programs and try to see what fits in Malibu to try to facilitate the process of keeping the outdoor dining program going. And again, the methodologies and guidelines and standards that have been identified, some are working really well. So I would encourage Malibu to seek out these opportunities to keep the program going.
Thank you, Brian.
Our next speaker is Joe Drummond, followed by Mario Sandoval, Lloyd Ahern, Scott Talal, and Bill Sampson.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Okay. Oh, that's the wrong slide. It's supposed to be the first one. If you wouldn't start my time yet, yeah, that's it. Thank you. Honorable Mayor Silverstein and City Council, for almost 30 years, I've been, our community of Big Rock, there were no variances applied in Big Rock. Our landslide area for any large additions, dangerous excavations, etc., let alone any small structures like decks, fences, or sheds. That is until our attorneys back in 2021 opposed a build on a lot known to flood that it required a variance, being new development over 10% in square footage. Now city planning has gone the opposite and is requiring a variance for any and all structures in geohazardous areas, saying that our attorneys did not get it completely right, as that was based on public access requirements in what they say is in the second part of this definition on the screen, even though it's a majority of the definition. And then the next slide, development standards in a landslide area requires all new development to meet a factor of safety of 1.5. Therefore, all structures need to apply for a variance, whether it be small 64 square foot deck. We've been trying for 2 years now to show it should be exempt of permits, like a fence or a shed or a playhouse under 120 square feet, or whether it's be a full-blown new build or a large addition. This is cost prohibitive and tedious for homeowners trying to complete small projects. If you see on slide 3, the next slide, these state building codes show that decks should be exempt of requiring a building permit. And if you move to the slide after the next one, it shows the next one. The Malibu codes have changed the word to platform. And if you keep going to the next slide, you see the definition of deck. There it is. is platform. So why is my deck not exempt from building permit? And two, something needs to be done with the codes to go back to not applying variances for every little project, especially for work that should be exempted, like a fire rebuild, which only requires planning verification for under 10%. Variances and slope stability studies should be required for only projects above 10% in size. An administrative plan review is required for all projects regardless of exemption, which goes through geotechnical scrutiny, et cetera, for safety. So why do we have to continue with 2 or 3 more steps? A possible variance hearing, et cetera. It makes no sense and stops residents from improving their homes even slightly. Our variance committee in Big Rock met with Rich, though their neighbors completed same things or much larger without any scrutiny or variance. It's completely unfair and needs to change. We appreciate this to be put on a future agenda item and are here as a resource. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Our next speaker is Mario Sandoval, followed by Lloyd Ahern, Scott Tallal, Bill Sampson, and Norm Haney.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi, council members. Hello, staff. My name is Mario Sandoval. I am a project manager and coastal planner for the Mountains Recreation and Conservation Authority, the MRCA for short. I'm here before you this evening to provide an update on the Malibu Lower Cost Accommodations Public Works Plan, or MLCA PWP. As many of you know, the MRCA initiated a public scoping period that ran from October 17th, 2022, with the publication of an NOP, and it ran through December 16th, when the public scoping period was officially closed. As an update to you, I wanted to state that we have received over 260 public comments in the form of letters and emails during the 60-day public scoping period, which was 30 days beyond the legal requirement. We held a public scoping meeting on October 27th of 2022, that was well attended by local residents and the public in general, where we lined out the project and the contents of the notice preparation and invited people to provide their comments. All comments received to date or through December 16th will be incorporated in a public scoping summary report, which will be an exhibit to the draft environmental impact report, which will be going before public review at the end of this year or beginning of next calendar year. Outside of that, we do welcome any sort of questions you may have and provide updates regularly. As I stated, with the MRCA, thank you and have a good evening.
Thank you, Mario. Who's next?
We have Lloyd Ahern, followed by Scott Tallal, Bill Sampson, Norm Haney, and Amy Oosterhuis.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lloyd Ahern, and I want to ask if tonight Richard Malika can talk about what he testified to in front of the California Coastal Commission on Wednesday. I missed it, and I think it had to do with camping in the hills, and which leads me to the second thing I want to do is I want everybody that hasn't read the front page of the Malibu Times this week, they did a great story on the problem we're having in Tuna Canyon. I'm the president of the Los Tunas Homeowners Association, so we're directly affected by all the fires in Tuna. And Susan Duenas, the sheriffs, the fire department, Chris Frost, everybody has done an unbelievable job. And we really need to stay up with it because we just had a fire the other day after 8.5 inches of rain. I thought it was virtually impossible to have a fire in February, and we did. So the other thing I want to ask is tonight, can Trevor give us an update on where the Picasso legislation is? And see, because it's not going away, Trevor. It's here to stay unless we stop it. So thanks and good night.
Thank you, Lloyd.
Our next speaker is Scott Tallal, followed by Bill Sampson, Norm Haney, and Amy Oosterhuis.
Hi, everybody. We're back. Malibu Film Society still needs your help if we're going to bring movies back to Malibu. 18 months ago, the planning department told the Malibu Jewish Center and Synagogue they'd be cited for code violations unless they stopped holding their events at their facility. Several months later, they told the Malibu Pacific Church the same thing. These actions have done nothing but hurt the interests of our community. And as an organization, MFS may continue to thrive with events at movie theaters and nearby communities, but a lot of local residents, especially those who are older, can't or won't attend. It's simply too difficult or even unsafe for them to drive across winding mountain roads after dark. Despite our repeated requests, nothing has been done to fix this. The planning director says he based his decision on the lack of documentation specifically permitting our events, but now it turns out that no such documents were ever needed. This comes directly from former city manager Jim Thorson. After speaking with our current city manager, Mr. Thorson has said in writing that during his time here, the Malibu City Council implicitly approved our screenings at MJCS when it approved our general fund grants in 2009 and again in 2010. Both grant applications clearly disclosed our plans to hold screenings at that location, and Mr. Thorson says, quote, that use fit the facility. No additional permits were deemed to be necessary. 2 weeks ago, we hosted a wildly successful event featuring an audience Q&A with the director and star of one of this year's Best Picture nominees. But when a local reporter interviewed me afterwards, my closing observation was, yeah, it was an amazing event, but it ultimately did nothing for our community. We started the Film Society because we wanted to do it for Malibu, but the way things are right now, we can't. That's why we strongly urge this council to please place this issue on your next agenda. Under existing municipal code, the auditorium at Malibu Pacific Church is specifically designed to accommodate events like ours and therefore does not need a temporary use permit. Please consider action which would reaffirm that the council's 2009 and 2010 grant approvals implicitly permitted our screenings at a local house of worship and that such a use fits that facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott.
Our next speaker is Bill Sampson, followed by Norm Haney, Amy Oosterhouse, Tim Para, and Craig Hill.
Good evening. I'm surrounded. I got Ahern, I got Merca, I got Haney coming in after me. Mr. Ahern, you might be glad to know that I happen to concur that we ought to do something about Picasso before it winds up like Airbnb. We may already be too late. I don't know what's going on. Mr. Cotty, our prior city attorney, kept saying something would happen. Nothing happened. And that was interesting. Then we had, I sent the council, I sent you folks my remarks about policy number 43. I hope you would revisit it sometime soon. One problem, and in the event of the day, I'll make a liar out of me, which may be why the voters sent me to a life of leisure that I so richly deserve. But the staff seems to take the position, oh, if we didn't see it, it didn't happen. Well, that isn't how much of anything works. If you want to go to trial in a case, you got to have witnesses, and they aren't necessarily from the government. As a matter of fact, in criminal trials, you got to have non-government witnesses, and you got to have somebody rolled if you want to get a successful prosecution. But it would be good to have a slightly more proactive one. Now, what made a liar out of me today? Mr. Tripolsky, thank you if you're here. I don't know if you are. He works in code enforcement. Mr. Grisanti told us 1 or 2 meetings ago that I was going to have to disclose the negative effects on my street of all the motels on it. And I inquired of Mr. Tripolsky about the 3rd out of 20 single-family residences, all zoned SFR on my street. I inquired of him. He said, and he got back to me fairly quickly and did respond, which is thank you. The news was bad, of course. There's a short-term rental permit issued to yet another motel. So, Mr. Grisanti, yes, now I've got to disclose 3 of them. And as I predicted 8 years ago when I first brought this up, they are metastasizing continuously. That brings us to Mr. Haney. I understand he's going to get to build his hotel. Coastal flatly turned down the hosted ordinance. I wasn't really a fan, but I was willing to back it. This was at least a compromise. And part of the reason they turned us down was we didn't have any hotels. I don't believe in coincidences, but they put off Mr. Haney's application until after ours was heard. If he's going to have his hotel, he'd probably agree with me. We should get rid of the STRs and just have the hosted ones to cut down on his competition. Thank you all.
Thank you, Bill.
Our next speaker is Norm Haney, followed by Amy Oosterhouse, Tim Para, Craig Hill, and Vanessa Garcia.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Norman.
Good. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for your service and your family sacrifice. I think that the California Coastal Commission, at least their staff, will have the final version of the approval of the Seaview Hotel to the city, hopefully by the end of the week. And I would appreciate it if it was put on the consent calendar for the city council as soon as possible. There was some wordsmithing, but there were no changes in the intent of the project that the city approved over a year ago. So that's my request. And I just wanted to bring you up to date that the coastal staff intends to get the documents to you as quickly as possible. And again, thank you for your service.
Thank you, Norm.
Our next speaker is Amy Oosterhouse, followed by Tim Para, Craig Hill, and Vanessa Garcia.
Oh, hi. Okay. Hi. Hello, City Council members. This is Amy Oosterhouse. I live up Carbon Mesa Road, and I recently got a notice in the mail for an application for a wireless permit for T-Mobile to put a new 5G antenna right next to my house. I personally have a lot of issues with that. I've had a lot of sensitivities to antennas in the past. That's caused numerous health issues to myself personally. I've read a lot of data about how it's been causing cancers and a lot of issues in adults and children. I happen to have a child myself. My neighbor has children. We're really concerned and not wanting this antenna being put right next to our house. I know that the phone companies can go and just put up antennas, I guess, not always checking to see if it's okay with the neighbors, with the city. I've heard, I don't know if that's accurate. I do my best to live as far away from antennas as I can, and it really is upsetting me that they could possibly put a 5G antenna literally right next to my house. I know everyone on our street is adamantly against it, and we would really love to stop this from happening. I don't know how to go about doing that. I left a message for Brian Martinez, who's the case planner on this. So that's my piece. I'm really concerned about it, and I really don't want to live next to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy.
Our next speaker is Tim Para, followed by Craig Hill and Vanessa Garcia.
Yes, good evening. My name is Timothy Para with the MRCA. I'm the supervising ranger for the Coastal Division in Malibu. And I just want to introduce myself and say thank you for having me today. And it's a wonderful evening. And I want to give you an update of what's going on with the Rangers in Malibu. What we're doing right now, we've added additional ranger patrols for public safety and also fire prevention. And also more public officers have been added to the list, and park staff to keep our parks clean and safe. We got one service call for regarding a vehicle near Tuna Canyon that was parked there for 3 days along the road, and it was a disabled vehicle. We've also added several trash cans for maintenance purposes, keeping it clean. After a meeting with Malibu city officials, they permitted us to put 2 more trash cans at Carbon La Costa. We have a total parks and beach access of 18 parks, and we also have 50 trash cans, so we keep that place beautiful and clean. We're also working on installing cameras at Carbon La Costa beach access as well for public safety. So you'll probably see a lot more of us around and helping the community and doing the best we can to provide a safe and wonderful place such as Malibu. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Tim.
Our next speaker is Craig Hill, followed by Vanessa Garcia.
Okay, good evening, everybody. Happy Valentine's Eve. The various entities have each expressed interest in surveying community preferences for what to do with city parcels. The Arts Commission has been querying people about a performing arts center. Parks and Rec is asking about parks. It seems each and others are bringing their own perspective, maybe even trying to get their piece of the pie first. The discussion about what to do with the parcels and any survey instrument should be run more collaboratively, comprehensively. It should be a broadly based citizen committee. You'd form it as a working group like the homelessness group. You'd have a few local business people, a few enviros, parents, retirees, artists, etc. Maybe 10 or a dozen people in the group. You don't need to hire a 6-figure consultant. There's plenty of talented people in this town who can develop a more community appropriate survey process than an outside consultant would likely produce. In the past, the city's had several pricey consultants do reports that just ended up gathering dust. You would need to allocate one staff person to interface between the community group and city resources such as the website and noticing in the local paper and all the elements of the process. That could be a one-off contractor like the way Joyce Parker Voslinski works on things. It could even be me for that matter. I could do this without compromising my commission duties, but whoever. The idea would be to come up with an inventory of community preferences for particular uses of particular properties, a matrix of preferences set within some provisional time frame. If it's a pool on the East End, for example, maybe that doesn't happen for 10 years, or if it's a performance space, museum, gallery, or visitor center, maybe that calls for citizen contributions in the fundraising. It seems there's an assumption that any disposition of the properties would entail big bucks. That's not necessarily true. The community might express the preference that a certain parcel be a park with little development, or a dog park, or even just leave it as open space. Certain low-cost preferences could be implemented right away if we had an idea of how they fit into the greater long-term vision. Even then, we might say, let's make this particular parcel a dog park for, say, 10 years until we're ready to implement some more elaborate project that the community's had in mind. Nothing would be written in stone. The working group process couldn't produce anything binding, but it would be helpful to have the community's preference in mind as options come up and to get started on what might already be within reach. When I worked with Buckminster Fuller's group, one of the things they said sometimes was, you can't find your destination if it's not on the map. So let's start sketching out the map in a way that everyone can have some input, structured so that the community has a hand in designing the process itself. And I will add here at the end, I agree with Joe's thought that Zorasis should meet to talk about what small things can be done in an easier way. And with Lloyd and Bill about Picasso, let's hear about that, Trevor. And Scott, movies, let's get movies back in Malibu. And thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Craig.
And Mayor, we have one more speaker signed up, Vanessa Garcia, but I do not see anyone under that name in Zoom. Vanessa, if you're present, if you could raise your hand. If you're here under a different name. Not seeing any raised hands from the public or having any other speaker signups. That concludes public comment for items not on the agenda.
Great, thank you. That would take us to commission, committee, and city manager updates. Do we have any commission or committee updates?
No, you don't have any commission or committee updates.
So moving right along, do we have a city manager update, Steve?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Happy to give you my report. Firstly, wanted to start off. I don't think last time I was going to say I neglected to give a report on what was happening with COVID. And I'm happy to report that there has not been too much that has changed. And that largely it appears that the positivity rates, the death rates, the hospitalization rates are all moving down from where they were at their relative peak back in November and December. Right now, the 7-day average testing positivity rate is down to 5.51%. And just for some relativity, that was up at over 14% back in November and December. So we've come down quite a bit since then. And we do remain at the low community transmission rate. Moving on, I just wanted to reporting on some of the things that I attended. Last week, I was at the City Managers Conference in Carlsbad. Good opportunity to network and hear from other communities and other city managers, what they are going through, and a good education opportunity as well. So I'm happy to, I'll put a report together for the council on some of the things that came out of that. Also wanted to report that I also last week attended the Council of Governments TAC meeting. So we meet monthly, and we did review some of the goals that have been set up for the COG for the coming year. I also attended a meeting of the Clean Power Alliance. They had reached out to a number of the city managers. They're trying to they're asking for some feedback as they move forward on some of their program development. And it's nice to see the strong work that the Clean Power Alliance is doing. Of course, they're trying to do all that they can to remain as competitive as possible in the marketplace. Moving on, our public safety staff did attend a meeting at the King Gillette Ranch on wildfire resiliency. So that does remain obviously an ongoing topic of concern for the city, despite the over 8 inches of rain that we have received this year. As it has been pointed out, we are always at risk of some wildfire. So certainly dampened with the additional rain and the greener grass, but it does remain a long-term concern for us for certain. And then I wanted to, before I go to Lieutenant Carr for a report from the Sheriff's Department, I wanted to ask our Planning Director, Richard Malika, to give a report on the actions that were taken by the Coastal Commission last week, and also to discuss or to highlight some of the comments that the city had submitted at that meeting. So, Mr. Malika, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Last week on Wednesday, the Coastal Commission heard 3 items of interest to the city. The first of those items was the Deputy Director's report. And as part of that item, there was a report about the adoption of the county's camping LCPA. As you may remember, the city sent letters in objection to this. The Coastal Commission, when they approved the LCPA, removed the fire and safety environmental protection measures that had been put into the LCPA, such as no camping on red flag days, daily campsite inspections, no cooking facilities, and the 100-foot setback from ESHA. My comments were to bring that up and comment on how we are concerned that this action is inconsistent with the Public Resources Code and its protection for ESHA and its prohibition against significant disruption of habitat value. We spoke on that item, and but I should say that was adopted. The director's report was accepted and it was filed. The next item that I spoke on was the city's wireless LCPA and sign LCPA request by coastal staff for an extension. You may recall that the city is processing these 2 local coastal program amendments. They have been deemed complete. They were deemed complete the week before Thanksgiving, I want to say around the 18th or 20th of November. We're now waiting for some sort of comment on any recommendations, modifications, or what is going to be the staff recommendation. However, the staff requested that the commission grant them an extension to allow them more time to process this. My request was that we learn of an end date so that I can let you guys know what's coming your way and have some resolution on this, and also made an offer to make ourselves available to do whatever we can to help them in processing the wireless LCPA so that we can get that back before, if needed, back before this council, because that is tied to some of the other upgrades or modifications we want to do to the city's wireless ordinance. And I know that there is some interest on this council. I know there's interest from Malibu Safe Tech. So we'd like to get all of this wrapped up. So I will continue to put pressure on Coastal for that. And the last item that the Coastal Commission heard was the proposed code amendments to allow for the Seaview Hotel. That was approved by the Coastal Commission. However, there were suggested modifications made by staff and accepted by the Coastal Commission. And because of that, the item will be, the local coastal program amendment will be sent back to the city council. Will be bringing an item forward for certification, and the council has the opportunity at that point to either accept the changes that were made by the Coastal Commission, or if the council does not accept the changes, that effectively would essentially kill that local coastal program amendment. And if there is interest, it would have to start over. There was some concern that by the way the Coastal Commission was voting, that they were parsing the amendment into two pieces. It does not appear that they provided any sub-application numbers. I was checking the application numbers, but also my public comment on that, along with some concerns we had about how the monies were to be spent. My public comment was that that needed to travel together, and that the LUP amendment and the LIP amendment are one, and regardless of what changes, it would have to come back to this council for certification. That's my report on what happened last week. Please let me know if there are any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Malika. And then just one quick thing for me before I turn it over to Lieutenant Carr. I just want to report that we are planning to bring to council, it is scheduled for the March 13th meeting, the discussion on outdoor seating options. So that will be coming to council. So if I could turn it over to Lieutenant Carr for his report. Thank you, Dustin.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My report, I'll start out with the crime statistics. Most crimes are down on a year-over-year basis, and we are in line with the 5-year statistical trend, which includes pre-COVID. So we're looking good in that area. Unfortunately, our traffic and ticket reporting programs have had some errors this month. We're trying to figure it out and get it up to get it going again. So I'm hoping to have those numbers by the next meeting, but unfortunately, I do not have them right now. We also, again, last month, you may have noticed the Surfrider Beach was cleared out. The city worked hard in partnership with Beaches and Harbors, as well as our host team and some other units to get those encampments off the beach. So Surfrider Beach has been cleared, and I want to thank the city. I can't thank you guys enough for being such great partners in that. Last Thursday, our host team took out the ATVs. They went through Zuma Beach and Point Doom area to contact the homeless. They made contact with 7 homeless people to offer them services and to try to get them out of their current situation. And let's see, our crime impact team is continuing the citation program. I have good news in that area that we've finally been able to fill our last position on that team on a permanent basis. So they're going out there, they're enforcing it, making sure that everything is safe and fair, and that the laws are being enforced out there. Last Monday, I met with the Sheriff's Department Facilities Management Bureau down at the new substation site. There are some tech infrastructure stuff they had to go over and just some different things, but that's all on schedule and everything's looking good there. there's a hand.
Steve, you have something to ask?
Well, let him finish first before please, Lieutenant, you finish.
And just one incident of note, and I've gotten some inquiries about it, was on January 18th of last month, there was a helicopter circling the Point Doom area for an extended period of time. There was a family disturbance on the 29,000 block of Blue Water. It did involve a firearm, but it did end peacefully and no one was injured. And that's why that helicopter was there. So I know that was something that was mentioned on the Public Safety Commission meeting and stuff. So I did just want to put that out there. And I'll go ahead and take Council Mayor Pro Tem Steve Irving's question. And then I have Sergeant Velick on here to introduce as well.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Quick question. I'm getting a number of comments or concerns or what I'm not sure how to classify them on the performance of these early cars. Okay, whether we're getting our money's worth. So I guess my question is, how do you evaluate how effective these early cars are? And maybe your evaluation will help us sort of determine how we should do it for ourselves. So I mean, how do we justify that we're getting our money's worth out of these cars?
So I think it depends on which you're talking about. If you're talking about the patrol side, then you're probably going to be wanting to look at things like response times for calls for service and things like that. Those are all numbers that I can access and get to you. Obviously not right this moment, but I can get those numbers. If you're looking at more like the crime impact team cars, the ones that are dealing with the parking troubles and stuff like that.
The early cars that are supposed to be out there ticketing the cars that are on the road and the SUV.
Well, I will say,
how do I evaluate that? How do I sit back and say, okay, we're getting our money's worth out of these guys?
So I would look at it like this. I would say when I first started being the liaison here, we were counting anywhere between 16 and 26 RVs in general on Pacific Coast Highway, as well as a number of vehicles parked in all hours of the night, and obviously not following the laws that were set forth by the city. And I would say now generally we're counting between 6 and 10 RVs parked at any given time. That number does fluctuate, but continued enforcement is what's been going on. And I think PCH in general looks a lot better, and I think that's how it would be evaluated. That's probably where I would stand on that.
So we should look at the number of cars on PCH and use that as a determination of how effective these early cars are. I'm just trying to figure out.
So the city sets the mission for the cars. Right. And in the mission of those cars, on one side is to assist with the issues on PCH. The other side is to contact, homeless, crime prevention, things like that. Be visible, be a presence in the community. And so that's the other side of it. So it's not like just parking issues. It's also that as well. So, just like last month, they took in a gun off of PCH and some drugs, and that's the early mornings car. That's not the afternoon car.
Right.
So they are making those contacts. They are educating people. They are contacting people on PCH, Westwood Beach, just about everywhere, trying to deal with the quality of life issues that people in Malibu face. So
one last question, and I apologize. I'm getting calls. I'm trying to figure out, should we measure it based upon the number of tickets they're putting out? They're issuing?
I think I would think you would use a lot of metrics, or more than just one metric. I would say one, it's how PCH looks. Two is the number of tickets. Are they fulfilling the mission of the car and things like that? And that wise, personally, I would say they are. They are working hard out there. I do get the numbers in. They are issuing a lot of tickets. Unfortunately, I don't have the numbers tonight because of our systems and stuff like that. But they are working hard for the city of Malibu and for everybody here.
So you've got some measurement that you use, and if I wanted to sit down and talk to you at some point in time, you've got the ability to pull up whatever measurement you're using to determine how well these guys are doing. Is that a fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
Cool.
Are they fulfilling the mission of the car?
Cool.
and the mission set forth by the city.
We'll talk again. Thank you very much.
Yes,
I
sir.
apologize for taking your time.
No, my pleasure. And at this point, we have Sergeant Bill Velick. Online, he's William Velick. He runs our juvenile team, and I wanted to introduce him tonight, let you guys get to know him and his activities. He's going to give you an update on his activities in Malibu. I also want to mention he works also very hard for Malibu as well. He also runs the summer team as well, the summer the beach team as well. So Bill, if you're on.
Yes, I am, sir.
Thank you, sir.
With the J team right now, what we've been working on recently is helping make sure our campuses are safe. We've done campus walkthroughs at all the schools in Malibu, reviewed with the administration at each site what weaknesses they have, if any, or just where we can improve on site security, just on the physical security and their procedures for letting visitors come on. So we reviewed that stuff. We recently did lockdown drills up at the high school and middle school. We were present during the lockdown drill and then debriefed with the staff on how that went. We did a tabletop exercise with the teachers on what their responses are during a lockdown scenario. It was a active shooter scenario that we ran through with them to see if the staff knew what their responsibilities were, and they did very well. We had good feedback from the staff and the admin on that. And tonight, 2 members of the team are down as part of a panel at the high school talking about the dangers of social media and how to keep kids safe on social media. So we're doing that with the school down there tonight.
Thank you for that report. What was your rank again? I'm sorry, I want to address you properly.
Sergeant.
Sergeant Velick. So for the public, first of all, Sergeant Velick was assigned to help us with and other cities with the schools by Captain Situ as a result of the work we're doing to look at the safety of our schools. So we want to thank the Sheriff's Department for that. Sergeant Velick, how would you grade the results of these various tests or drills that you ran? Where do we stand?
I think everybody stands in a pretty good spot. Everybody seems to be very aware of what's going on. They're responsive. Any of the suggestions we give to help kind of improve security and streamline stuff, the schools are more than happy to listen to the suggestions that we have and move along. We've changed some of their terminology so it matches the same terminology that we use across the station, so that all the schools that we deal with have used the same terms, so we're speaking the same language, which a lot of times is just a big piece to get through, since every school was talking a little bit different when we were talking about lockdowns. We're not using codes for locking down the school. We're using plain English, where sometimes administrators want to do different things. So we've got everybody speaking the same way. We've collected all their emergency plans, which are now up in our EOC. So if something does happen, we have all the information from the schools, maps and so forth. So really working together with the schools to get everything just tightened up a little bit.
Thank you. So, it's terrible that our students have to live with these issues, but we live in the world we live in. I don't mean to put you on the spot, and if you'd prefer not to answer for security reasons, I'd understand. But what is the state of the safety of the schools in our city?
Right now, everything's going well. We haven't had any threats on campus. We haven't been doing any where we do threat assessments. If a student were to post something that they shouldn't post, or make an off-color statement about having a gun or something like that to come into school, we would go do a house check. We would do the follow-up on that, and we haven't really had any incidents. The one that we thought we had really ended up being a non-issue. It ended up pertaining to another city. So everything we went through our processes, but everything worked out pretty good.
Thank you for that. Steve, you have a question?
Yeah, no, I want to thank him very much for the work he's doing. I mean, I every now and then get questions from the residents in terms of what we're doing for school safety. And I think the stuff you're talking about is exactly what we want to hear about. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Steve McClary, is there anything further to your report or the reports of people that you've invited to speak?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor. That concludes my report. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Just as to put a pin in it, is there a reason why we don't have on our agenda the various reports, like from the Sheriff's Department, that we receive, that you have to solicit it? Is that something that could be included in the agenda, or should we just continue to do it ad hoc?
However, the council's pleasure. I think the main reason why we put them on there is they're not always necessarily available, and so we don't want to necessarily set that expectation. But we could certainly perhaps look at expanding the description of that on the agenda to maybe make it a little more descriptive as to what we're bringing there.
All right, I encourage you to give that some thought.
Okay.
So thank you all for your reports. That takes us to City Council subcommittee reports, mayor and council member meeting attendance reports and inquiries. Who would like to present their council member report first? Don't all jump.
I'll go first.
Okay, Doug, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Since the last meeting, I met with the Baker Tilly consultants who are preparing a report on planning department. Also attended the library speakers series on ocean health. Very good series, and I encourage our citizens to look at that list. It's a worthwhile program to go to. Also attended with Mary Ann, the California Cities training for new council members and mayors. It was very beneficial. I got a lot out of it. It was surprising how much there is to learn about the Brown Act. I thought I already knew, and I really learned a lot more from not just that, but other items that were on the agenda. It also reviewed the legislative actions that are pending or in process. Got some good information about what's coming down the pike from Sacramento. There's a business roundtable, I think, initiative that the cities are very concerned about. We'll be hearing more about that from the League of California Cities. Had a good session on municipal and government accounting and revenue management. Hate to say I actually was interested in the accounting. That says a lot about me, or tells you more than you want to know. We'll see some more of that tonight with a 168-page report that we have for the fiscal year. And spend some time going into how people are holding their meetings. And there was 350 people at this session. And they eventually said, who is not meeting in person? And 3 hands went up out of 350 people. Mary Ann and I had 2 of those hands. So it lets you know what's changed about the direction that other cities are holding their meetings, their council meetings. Also went to, I viewed the coastal meeting on the Sea View Hotel and the county's LCP on the camping. And lastly, I want to mention, I received a very nice letter from a resident. And I really wanted to get back to that person. But you got to give me something to call you back at, the contact information. I need a return address. I need a phone number. So to the citizens that are out there, we'd love to hear from you. And I'm glad to get back to you, but you gotta help me. I gotta find the number to call you back at. Okay, with that, that's all I have, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Doug. All right, Mary Ann, would you like to go second?
Sure. Hopefully I can read my notes here. So I attended a couple different ad hoc committee meetings with Mayor Pro Tem Euring and with Councilmember Grisanti for school separation and for the development services. As Doug mentioned, I attended the League of California Cities new council members and mayors. Really interesting, met a lot of colleagues of ours from around the state, mostly Southern California is what we saw there, but great information, and I encourage anybody on council to attend some of those events. They're really informative. I was lucky enough to be a judge for the Boys and Girls Club Youth of the Year program. And we selected Anthony as the Youth of the Year for our local Boys and Girls Club. The 4 candidates that were up for that were all very remarkable. And I encourage everyone to learn more about the Boys and Girls Club and what they're doing with our youth and the impact that they're having on all the kids in our community. It's amazing what they're doing, and to help them as they come out of COVID and everything else that they're experiencing nowadays. I was lucky enough to introduce the speaker for the library speaker series, Dr. Douglas McClaskey. I apologize if I read my notes wrong. Amazing. It was a subject that I was excited about, but I found myself even more drawn in during his talk. So it was a great program and I really enjoyed that. And I wanted to thank our public safety department, the sheriff's department, and Los Angeles County's beaches and harbors. They were successful in being able to help the people on Surfrider Beach, but a lot of items were left behind, and they worked to get all that cleaned up so that our beaches are looking nice and clean. I did notice that Beaches and Harbors has also reopened the roadway to Westward Beach parking lot for Point Dume State Beach, and that is exciting. So I look forward to hearing all about what emergency steps they took in that road protection and the restroom protection, and hopefully we'll get a report from that. And hopefully we'll get a report on the design that they're going to have going forward. And I wanted to ask fellow council members about the possibility to reaching out to some of our state leaders and other people around the state to invite them to our community and seeing the great environmental work that we're doing here and the amount of public that actually come to our city and that are able to enjoy the beaches and the state parks that are here. I think it would be a really informative thing if we could have a tour and show them all the places that do exist in our city for the public and how much access is provided. And then again, all the great environmental work that our community is doing, both public and private. I think it kind of gets forgotten, just everything that we've advanced in the last several years. So I would like to see if we can move that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Paul, I think that comes to you. You're muted, Paul.
Still unmuted. Okay. It's always great to listen to the things the public brought up, of course, but in the last 2 weeks, I too was interviewed for the Baker-Tilly report. Looking forward to seeing that come out. I'm hoping for wonderful things. We have many very advanced people in Malibu who have lived wonderful lives. And I was at a 97th birthday for a gentleman a week ago who, Dr. Marwa, who I believe I was one of maybe 2% of the people at this party who weren't doctors, because he was associated with UCLA's medical school for a long time. And so a lot of the people he'd known and taken care of over the years showed up. And I was radically undereducated to have been invited. I did go to the coastal hearing and testified in favor of the staff report for the hotel. And I'm looking forward to seeing what comes back to the city. I also, as Marianne previously mentioned, am part of the ad hoc with school separation. And we had a 4-hour educational meeting with our attorneys. And then we had an ad hoc meeting just last week. And I feel like we're making progress, and I hope that we have a big announcement soon. And I also attended the library speaker series on ocean health. And in the following week, I saw the Parkening students, who are people playing classical guitar at the library. They're going to be there again, I believe, at the end of this week. It's an interesting exchange. The library hosts these students in classical guitar, and they come and basically it's a little concert series they're putting on.
And there's no admission or anything else. And these people are world-class people, and it's amazing to see and hear. And Malibu has lots of things for people to do, even ones who are as old as me. So I'm grateful that it's there, and I look forward to the opening of the college. I still haven't had my tour yet, but I hope to get one someday. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Steve?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. A couple things. I want to thank some of the speakers. Brian, who's talked about opening the restaurants for al fresco dining. There was a big article in the newspaper last week or sometime very shortly talking about doing that and the benefits the residents are getting from that kind of a operation. So I think that's going to move forward. Scott, you know, we offered you the opportunity to use City Hall. Apparently you decided not to do that. I think that's still open for showing movies. Norm, I listened to the Coastal Commission hearing, and you know, the Coastal Commission is doing like, you know, they're making Butch Cassidy and his Hole in the Wall gang look like pikers. I mean, the fact that they can hold you up for $800,000 is just an amazing process, something I would have never thought. And there was this Tim who spoke from the MRCA. Tim, if you could give us your contact information. Apparently you're somebody who was involved with keeping the beaches clean and cleaning up the trash cans that are there. So if somebody has an issue, maybe they can contact you. You can help us make sure we continue along that line to do the best we can to keep Malibu as clean as we can. In addition to that, I want to thank the Malibu Country Mart and Michael Koss. The Country Mart had lights across the top of all of the buildings that were on the Country Mart, and recently they agreed to take those down, and that's a big step in helping us to reach some of our dark sky efforts that we're trying to complete. So thank you very much, Michael, for doing that. I got additional comments from residents regarding the Santa Monica College. Apparently they've done some lighting in the front of the college adjacent to Civic Center Way that is not really dark sky compliant. I spoke to Richard Malika today. He is going out and going to go back and revisit that. So hopefully we get that addressed. I did, as Marianne mentioned, we talked about the subcommittee for the with the consultants. And I'm going to come back and talk about that a little bit more just before I'm done. The farmers market, I'm getting a lot of emails, and I think some of those have gone out to the other city council members regarding residents who are asking us to see if we can't keep the farmers market working at Legacy Park versus bringing it back to the college parking lot. So Richard, we're not going to do that tonight, but maybe if you could think about that, I'd like to have a conversation to see if there's any problems or what are the issues with us trying to keep that the farmers market going where it's going right now, because I think people really like it. I think it's a good location. It's much more, conducive to a farmers market over there than it was on the parking lot. Picasso, and city manager, I thought Picasso was coming back to us at the next city council meeting. Is that not correct? Steve McClary?
Yeah, I'm looking to Richard or Trevor. Can you give me an update on where we're at on that? Because I thought we were close to bringing that back.
Richard, do you want to jump in or do you want me to?
Either way, Trevor, don't mind.
Go ahead.
All right, very good. We have a report drafted. What we're doing is Trevor and I are going to meet with the attorney. It's a new attorney that was assigned our area from the California Coastal Commission.
Okay.
Because our goal here, and Trevor, correct me if I misstate this, but we want to make certain that there's no need to process any modifications to the city's local coastal program, and that this can be something strictly done through our municipal code. So we're just looking to make certain that I think there's two mentions, Trevor, if I'm not mistaken, where they talk about timeshare type
Yeah,
uses.
I think we want to open that discussion here, but we want to confirm that ourselves and Coastal are on the same page about, the process that we have laid out going forward. So we've had a good reception so far, but we want to finish that conversation with their attorney.
So when do you think it'll show up in front of the city council or the planning commission or somebody? Any idea yet? Any target date?
The first stop would be this council. It would before the planning commission. And if we can wrap up what we need, we're trying for this week, we'll get that report to Steve for his review, which I would believe would put us into March.
Okay. I'm just saying, that's been around for a long time and sort of getting that one put to bed. And I just want, before I got on the city council, I had a lot of people sort of say, we deal with these California strategies consultants, and what the hell are they doing for you? Since I've been on the city council, we've had these Monday morning meetings, and let me tell you, these folks are really good. I mean, there are a bunch of entities out there that we have to deal with in terms of keeping Malibu running, whether it's MCRA, whether it's Coastal Commission, whatever, and they have their act together, and they are very helpful. So all of you who may have thought that we weren't getting our value out of those guys, at least in my opinion, I really do think we are. So I'm real happy with that. Let me just go back and talk for a minute about our subcommittee that's dealing with the consultants in the planning department. When the city announced they were commissioning a study of our permitting process, I applauded. The mayor and I had previously recommended a similar solution to the city manager. I believe that to arrive at the correct answer to the consultants would need to learn how Malibu works as a city, as a community, and as the municipal government. It was a lot of work, but I thought with some help, it was certainly an achievable objective. The city council approved the consultant contract in November of 2022. And in January of this year, the council appointed a subcommittee to work with the project. We were all stoked to have that happen, and we were ready to go. At least I thought we were. And all that changed this week when I received an email from the consultant informing me that the city manager had negotiated an agreement that restricted any oversight by the city council or any city council subcommittee. In the words of the consultants, we rarely work with the city council subcommittee, and a subcommittee interface was not called out in our city's request for a proposal. Now, the problem is that I was not aware of that restriction when I voted to approve the consultant contract in November, nor was I aware of that restriction when the council voted to approve a city council subcommittee in January. Now, why we're not told of these conditions is a good question. It seems to me that even though we thought Reva Feldman has gone, she may be sneaking back in and disguised as Steve McClary. Totally blindsided by this. I do not have to talk to you consulting agreement. I spent the last 30 plus days in a fruitless attempt to get our subcommittee working. I've had 2-hour meetings with the city manager and the assistant city manager that went absolutely nowhere. The consultants are preparing a survey, and I requested to see a draft. I was told, no, you can't do that. Now, one of the objectives for the subcommittee was
Point of order.
Yeah.
This is supposed to be council reports, isn't it?
That's what I'm giving you, Paul. I'm a member of the
I don't think
subcommittee.
this is the.
Steve and Paul, hold on. Don't talk to each other. Just make your comments, please.
I think
Paul,
this
if you have an objection to make, voice your objection.
I think this is an inappropriate use of this time in the meeting.
Okay. Is there anything more to your objection?
Nope.
Okay, Steve, go ahead and continue.
Okay, I'm almost done. One of our objectives for the subcommittee was to keep the council informed of progress. The consultants told me not to worry because they provided written progress reports. And just so you get an idea, the conclusion of the December progress report was Baker Tilly is pleased to be working with you on this important engagement. We're confident we will provide a thorough analysis as we move forward. So not exactly educational in terms of helping the city council. So let me wrap this up. I'm too old to be sitting in 2-hour meetings that do not go anywhere. And I'm tired of begging for the information I need to do the job assigned to me by the city council. I'm getting calls from the residents and from city staff asking me what's going on, and I have no idea because they think I'm on the staff, I'm on the subcommittee. Next week, I will bring forward a motion to dissolve the subcommittee. Being a member of a committee that is dead in the water was nowhere on my bucket list. The city manager is working with the consultants, so let's see what the results we get from that. If we're not happy with the final report, we can always make adjustments. So thank you very much, Mayor. That's all I got.
All right, thank you, Steve. Marianne, we don't normally have re-comment, but go ahead. Let's do it this one time. What do you have to say?
Well, I'm disappointed in the assertions that there's some types of inappropriate behavior by our city manager with regards to the consultant, and I think that warrants an apology to him. With regards to the meetings, I think that we've only had one where we've had the staff and meeting with the council members. So I think that the reports do have the opportunity. They have taken some suggestions from us and incorporated those. And we need to allow this to go a little bit further. If Mayor Pro Tem Euring would like to step down from it, we can see if one of the other council members would be willing to step in on the subcommittee. But I don't think dissolving it is appropriate at this time. It's too early in the process to warrant that type of a necessary move. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mary Ann. Without engaging in further debate, Steve, since there was a comment addressed to your statements, if there's anything further you'd like to say, you have one opportunity.
No, I just, look, we were told that the consultants were not going to talk to us. So having more meetings to have people tell me they're not going to talk to me doesn't make a whole bunch of sense. That's the end of that. Thank you.
All right, thank you all. Okay, so for my part, first of all, I want to thank the public speakers as well as the few folks who submitted written comments. I'm going to have some responses or comments about the public comments in a few minutes. Over the past 2 weeks, I participated on calls with Steve Euring and CalStrat representatives. We're working on multiple matters that unfortunately we can't at this moment publicly discuss, but we'll have more information in the coming weeks, among other things that'll involve some relief, hopefully, for Woolsey Fire, people who lost their homes in Woolsey Fire, at least those who are still tied up in ribbons. As with the other members of City Council, I was interviewed by Baker Tilly. We'll see where that goes. I attended a SoCal Mayor's Leadership Conference at Claremont Graduate University's Drucker School of Management. I thought that was a very well-run day. It was about leadership. And a lot of it was about entrepreneurship in cities, which was interesting to me. It confirmed to me that we are very different, if not unique, because most cities are heavily focused on how to create more development, how to drum up more business, how to make money. We are not. We are focused, as our vision statement and mission statement say, on maintaining the rural beauty of our city. And it was the view of multiple other mayors there that we are unique, that we are very different, if not unique as well. It was a very interesting, almost every mayor I spoke with, they were focused on drumming up business, development. And it's understandable when you hear that and see that, why staff members who come here from other cities that don't live here don't get it. And we have to drum that into their heads. And well, I'll have more to say about that later, as well as at every meeting, because it's always a big issue for us. I accepted an invitation from the Pepperdine Caruso Law School to attend their 3rd annual Belongings Awards. That has not occurred yet, but that's to honor and celebrate social justice, equity, and inclusion. At their request, I provided them with a letter about the subject that anyone can obtain from the city if they have an interest in doing so. I read the Coastal Commission staff report about which Richard spoke. I read about all the subjects. The one that, well, the ESHA camping was interesting to me because what the staff report made clear, and I had not previously appreciated, was the Coastal Commission was not asked to approve anything at the meeting last week. It was simply reported to them that they had conditionally approved the ESHA camping LCPA of the county, as long as the county accepted certain modifications that were a condition of that approval. All the executive director was doing was reporting to the Coastal Commission that the county had accepted the conditions. So according to the report, there was nothing for the Coastal Commission to do. They were simply being told that they had approved the amendment subject to conditions, the county had accepted the conditions, and that the only issue, if there was one, was to determine whether the county's acceptance of the conditions was in fact an acceptance of the conditions placed on it by Coastal, which it was. So there was nothing there for the Coastal to decide. there was nothing really there to permit substantive objections, although we tried our best. Going to skip the Seaview Hotel for the moment because Norm spoke about it, and I'll reserve my comments for a response to Norm. So that brings me to the public comments. Bryan Manor. Well, first of all, Steve, I'm glad to hear from Steve McCleary. I hadn't appreciated that we're going to have conversation on the 13th about the outdoor dining. I believe I had previously proposed the 90-day moratorium, the 90-day grace period. It was a shorter one originally, because I didn't think it was enough time for restaurants to get their act back together. And I was hopeful that we would, in the interim, come up with another ordinance that would perhaps further extend outdoor dining. And I'll be interested in that conversation. I'll throw out there that I've seen what other cities are doing too. Obviously, a significant issue that needs to be addressed, and it's been addressed by some other cities, is what do you do with the lost parking? Because a lot of the outdoor dining is in parking lots that used to accommodate cars, and we have laws requiring minimum parking spaces. And all the development was based around what number of parking spaces there would be. The approvals contain that. So we need to grapple with that. Separate and apart from the lost parking itself, we need to consider the fact that I think some restaurants have not only expanded outdoors, which is great, but they've not retracted the number of seats they have indoors. So it, in essence, increases their potential total maximum occupancy. That raises additional parking issues, not simply making up for lost parking, but it creates a greater need for parking. So we need to, I know I'm going to be wanting to make sure that occupancy doesn't change. It's one thing to allow some of the tables to be moved outside. It's another thing to allow occupancy to change just by virtue of having opened up outside. Additional seating, if that happens, not only puts a drain on parking, it puts a drain on septic, and it puts a drain on other community issues that we'll have to consider. But again, I'm very favorably inclined. I think eating outside is great. I think we need to find a way to accommodate it, but it's obviously not something you can just snap your fingers and it happens. There's a lot of issues we need to address. Joe Drummond, I think the issue that you raised is one that's appropriate for Zoracis to consider. I don't really fully understand the issue at this point, so I'll wait for it to work its way up to us. I appreciate the reports from our MRCA. I was told that we were going to be getting them. In fact, there's a request that we allow them to be put on the agenda each week as part of the reports we get. That's something we can talk about. But for now, I guess giving them the 3 minutes for the reports is fine. Lloyd Ahern, let's see, he requested an explanation from Richard, which he gave. He requested a report from Trevor on Picasso, which I understand we're going to get. We kind of got a hint at that. I think I raised the need to do something about Picasso in the second or third meeting of the city council that I attended after being elected. So it was about January or February of 2021. It really mystifies me that we're still here today and haven't seen anything yet, such as the speed in which things happen in public government. Scott, I don't recall if we discussed this before, but the school is now finished, and I didn't know what the prospect was of using the auditorium there. It's better, I suppose, than the auditorium that you've told us is inadequate at City Hall. I would be in favor of, if that could work technologically, I'd be in favor of exploring a way in which the city could help make that happen. See, Bill Sampson, same issues as others, as well as STRs, which we still need to deal with. I'm going to skip Norm for last because I think that's the most significant issue that I've given some thought to. Amy, you should talk to Lonnie Gordon and the folks that she works with. They're very in tune with the 5G issue and are doing all they can to help keep them from homes. Craig, I agree. We need, the time has long since passed to get a robust process in place for deciding what to do with our vacant properties. We spent a lot of money on them, and having them just sit there, well, they're vacant, but having them just sit there vacant with no use whatsoever for the public benefit it's not what they were purchased for. And I'll add that I think it's a sin that the chili cook-off cook-off site was covered in gravel by SCE, and I'm not talking about the Bell property, I'm talking about the chili cook-off lot was covered in gravel. And SCE had an obligation to clean that up, and the city excused that obligation and allowed it to stay that way. It's an eyesore, and it really should be cleaned up. As far as the Seaview Hotel issue, that's going to be coming back to us. I almost got a chuckle out of Norm's request that it be put on the consent calendar and approved, rubber stamped. It is a fallacy, as it's been reported publicly, and it's a fallacy that the Coastal Commission approved the LCP amendment. It did not. It explicitly denied the LCP amendment. There was a proposal to deny it. There was a vote, and there was a denial. What happened was thereafter, the Coastal Commission recommended a different LCP amendment. It's not their LCP amendment, it's our LCP amendment. And there's no LCP amendment that we've proposed that is on the table. There's one that the Coastal Commission has proposed that's on the table. Steve, I actually disagree that they've extorted 800. Well, I know of the $800,000 issue for MRCA. That proves that there's another $800,000 or more that would have been available to the city of Malibu had it been requested or demanded. And I am hoping we'll talk about that when the time comes. But in any event, I just want to make clear to the public, contrary to what's been publicly reported, the Coastal Commission has not approved an LCP amendment. And contrary to what Norm Haney said tonight, I doubt that we're going to have a consent item. I expect we'll have a public hearing on whether to approve an LCP amendment with the various conditions that have been placed on it by the Coastal Commission. So that will happen. Their changes are not as described wordsmithing. So we'll have to have a hearing. And there are a lot of people in Malibu who have problems with camping, campsites operated by MRCA. What the Coastal Commission sent back to us includes $800,000 to fund an MRCA-backed camping proposal just outside of the border of Malibu. And I suspect we're going to have a lot of residents who are going to have something to say about that. So, oh, one last thing I forgot the farmers market at the park. I wondered, it was curious to me that we got a bunch of letters, a flurry of letters about that because it's not on the agenda and there's really nothing going on, but it's always been my understanding that the farmers market would return to the parking lot where it has been for however long it's been there. The park was an accommodation. I suppose we can look into whether it can stay there. Right off the bat, I can consider one problem, and I don't know if it's a health code issue, but the park is not the farmers market. It's a public park, and there's no restriction on animals there. And the last time I was at the farmers market, while I enjoyed the farmers market, I saw that it's also basically pets freely traversing the area back and forth. And I don't know that that's a sustainable issue, a sustainable way to run the farmers market. So that'll have to be considered. There's always, the devil's always in the details. It's never that simple as it is presented. So that's my report. And that takes us to the consent calendar. Have any items been pulled from the consent calendar by the public? Kelsey?
No items have been pulled by the public.
Okay. Does any member of the city council wish to pull an item from the consent calendar? Marianne?
I just have a question about 3B3, since that is minutes from February 4th, 2002. Is that something that I shouldn't be voting on?
Unless you've watched the tape, if you were not there during the meeting, you should abstain from that. But you can vote on the balance of the consent calendar and just indicate that you're abstaining from that item.
Okay. I can't imagine I didn't watch it, but I don't remember that I did. So I'll be abstaining from that. And then I did want to pull 3B8, please.
Okay. Doug, did you want to pull something or voice an abstention?
Yeah, I've got to abstain from the minutes approval in 3B3, just like Mary Ann. And then I've asked the city staff to comment more on 3B7. So I'd like to pull that for their comments about the annual audit report.
Anything else?
That's it.
Okay. Hearing no other requests, can I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with the exception of 3B7 and 3B8, and with it noted that Marion and Doug are abstaining from 3B3?
I'll make it.
All right, motion from Paul. Steve?
I'll second, yeah.
Okay. Kelsey, may we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
motion carries.
Thank you. So that brings us to 3B7. Marion, did you want to report?
Doug pulled that one.
Yeah, it's me.
Oh, Doug, I'm sorry. Doug, did you want to report?
Yeah, it's, I've asked Joe Tony and Steve McClary, or however they want to do it, to just get some highlights on that. I think it's very important that something like a year-end audit, which is our baseline for how we spring into the following year, is reviewed in a little bit more detail than just a consent item. So I pressured them for a couple more minutes if they would go into detail on it. Thank you.
Yeah, and Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, while we typically don't give a presentation, I do want to give some high-level bullets or points on it. And as you can see from the ACFR report, it's all very positive. We didn't receive any findings, and there were no material findings from our audit firm. We actually had 21 consecutive years of receiving the GFOA Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting, and I fully anticipate that this ACFR will receive the award for the 22nd straight year. And that's a huge credit, and thank you to the finance team, who are, just like many other areas of the city, are down a couple positions right now and still managing to keep everything in order. And so I'd be remiss without saying a big thank you to Renee Nierman, Joni Hand, and Leah Tucker. They're doing a great job. Big picture, our fund balance and where it really matters, the general fund, that's where you have the most discretion. So our total general fund balance ended 21-22 with a 72.1 million fund balance. The part that's completely discretionary is the unassigned general fund. That's where you have the most oversight over, or can move funds at your discretion, and that ended at 55.2 million. That would be 128% of our current adopted operating budget for 22-23, and that grew by about 10 million from where we ended 2021. There's a plethora of information in the ACFR, and I'm not going to go into the weeds of it, but big picture revenues continue to grow, and mainly from property tax, sales tax, and TOT. And then our expenditures were under budget, mainly driven by vacancies, and that results in salary savings. But then that's kind of a double-edged sword, because that also means we don't necessarily have all the staffing resources to do some of the things we want to get done. So there's some savings on the expenditure side as well on some of the services and supplies. But overall, big picture, our revenues continue to grow, and our expenditures have stayed fairly flat. So that's really positive. And that's our mantra going into this fiscal year as well. So we'll see that as we go into Q2 of the current year, 22-23, which will be presented to ANF on Wednesday, and then to council on the 27th. So the ACFR, that's a backward-looking document. You know, we're looking at the accounting, the audit, how we closed the year. But clearly we're on solid footing with this current fiscal year, and as we head into the budget prep for fiscal year 23-24, which is hard to believe, but we'll be doing that and adopting a new budget in a few months. So that's right around the corner. But the same trends will continue. We anticipate our revenues will continue to grow, and then we will touch on that more with the mid-year report. But overall, we're in a very strong financial position, and that's a huge credit to the staff who have been pragmatic over the years, and also this council who've adopted very conservative budgets. So all in all, a very good report, and if there's any questions, please let me know.
Doug, was there any other highlights, any specific things you wanted addressed beyond what was already discussed?
No, they hit the mark. You know, one of the reasons why I want to bring this up is, if it was a bad set of news, we'd be all over it like crazy. But this is positive, and this is indication of good work and good financial position for the city. And you know, as a new member of council, we can't take any credit for it, but the prior councils, not just the last one, but the ones before that, they're the ones that teed this up. And, big thank you to them. We're in a good position, I think, to look into the budget for the coming year. And, I just want to make sure everybody saw how well off we were. Not that we want to be spendthrifts, but it's a good spot to be in.
Paul, you had your hand up momentarily. Did you have a question or a comment?
I'm happy. Everything got said that I was interested in.
I have two quick questions. One is that the summary says that the interest income decreased by $500,000 due to rising interest rates. And I know there's more subtlety to it, but when one reads that at first blush, it seems contradictory. Could you explain what happened there?
I would have to double check on that, Mayor Silverstein, but I believe what it's referring to is that some of our debt on properties, the interest rates went up and we didn't realize some of those gains. But I would have to dig into that one to give you a little more detail.
Okay, and the other was, I noted other income increased by $4.1 million due to receiving a Woolsey Fire settlement payment. I had thought that we settled that 2 years ago and received a lump sum payment. Was that a staggered payment, contrary to what at least what I had understood and I think was publicly reported? Where did that come from?
It's good. Also, offhand, I don't have an answer for you, but I can definitely look into those two questions. The report, just to give you a quick summary, it's interesting how we report it from an audit perspective. So what the ACFR is doing a change from the prior year to the change to this year. So it's not necessarily how the year, the beginning of the year ended and the year, or how the beginning of the year started and the year ended. It's doing a change to change comparison. So some of that is a little bit nuanced. So we can go into that and get a little detail for you.
Steve McClary, do you have some further color to add to that?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond back, and I'm 99% sure on this, so I'm willing to just go out on the limb. But if I recall, there was a final payment that came to the city for the Woolsey, and I believe what was holding that up was that they were waiting for some FEMA disbursements and distributions for that all to be worked out. And then once I believe that had all been figured out, then I believe the final money was released, but I can double check on that for council. But if I recall, that's what that was. And yeah, it did come in, I want to say probably close to a year ago.
Okay. So this item was just to receive and file. I don't believe we need any kind of vote. If there's no further questions or comments, we can move on to 3B8. Marianne, you pulled that one?
Yeah, since it's relating to the permanent skate park, I was hoping that either interim community services director Kristen Riesgo could give us an update of where that application is in the process and how soon we might be seeing it at Planning Commission.
Sure, I'd be happy to give the council that quick update. The Community Services Department submitted a coastal development permit for the proposed park to the Planning Department in January of this year. Over the next several months, the Planning Department and city agencies alike will be reviewing those plans. And once the project is deemed complete and consistent with the LCP, the Planning Commission will have a public hearing for the CDP application. And we hope that gets to the Planning Commission in the summer of 2023. So hopefully sooner, but that's kind of what we're banking on.
Thank you.
Marianne, would you like to make a motion to approve 3B8?
I'd like to make a motion to approve 3B8.
I'll second.
Any discussion? Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Councilmember Gersandi,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay, we have no items 4, 5, or 6. This is a pretty streamlined meeting. It's 8 o'clock. I don't personally see a need for a break, but does anybody have a desire for one before we move into council items 7, A, B, and C? Hearing none, we'll continue. If anybody wishes to have one when we finish any of these items, please just speak up. So that takes us to council item 7A, proposed elimination of the fee for an appeal to the city council from a decision of the planning commission that would be appealable directly to the California Coastal Commission if there were a fee for an appeal to the city council. That's proposed by myself and Councilmember Stewart. It's continued from January 23rd. Says report, Mayor Silverstein and Councilmember Stewart. Gee, I had comments written last time that I've neglected to look at again. But I'll try to wing it and just give you a high level. The way the law works is that appeals to the Coastal Commission only can be taken after a decision's been heard by the highest authority within a public agency, the city being a public agency. So an appeal from a planning commission decision has to go to the city council before it can go to the Coastal Commission. There's an exception to that general rule, which is that if the highest decision body in an agency, so if the city council charges a fee for an appeal, then residents have the objectors to a approval by the planning commission have the right to bypass the city council and go directly to the Coastal Commission because they don't charge a fee, and the state's policy is that everyone should get a free shot at an appeal. This only applies to matters that are within the appealable jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. So with certain exceptions, that generally means properties between the first highway and the beach. So it's the land side, I'm sorry, the seaside of PCH. There are some other areas within Malibu that are in the appealable jurisdiction, but that's a general description of what's there. And I'm not really sure about how Point Dume works, whether the entirety of Point Dume is within the appealable jurisdiction or not. But in any event, if you're in the appealable jurisdiction and Planning Commission approves a CDP, an objector can go directly to the Coastal Commission and need not go to the City Council. This does happen from time to time, and when it does, in my view, it deprives the City Council of its local authority to make decisions for the city. There are some residents who've voiced, not residents, there are some people who've written in comments that explain that that's not so, but I think it is so, and I'll talk about that after we hear public comment. But basically, the proposal is to eliminate the fee for an appeal to the City Council only from a denial by the, a grant by the Planning Commission that would, that is within the appealable jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. It would not eliminate the fee if an objector can't go to the Coastal Commission. It would only eliminate it when they can, in order to prevent bypassing the City Council. Under the Brown Act, up to two council members can speak to each other outside the public. In fact, that's how Councilmember Stewart and I, or Doug and I, made this proposal in the first place. If we couldn't speak to each other, we couldn't have made a joint proposal. Doug has told me since then that he no longer supports this. I don't know if he wants to add something at the report stage before we get to the public comment.
Let's do this. Let me have my comments after the public speaks. I think you've done a nice presentation of what the story is on this, and let's hear what the public has to say.
Okay, so that would complete the report, and that takes us to public comment. I assume we have some speakers on this one, Kelsey?
Yes, you have 7 speakers signed up. The first few are Cynthia Martin, Ken Kearsley, M4, and Michelle Calvert. We'll hear from Cynthia Martin first.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can.
Hello, Mayor Silverstein and the Honorable Council. We can all agree that keeping local control is important, but in this case, the benefit of eliminating the fee to keep local control for certain appeals is far outweighed by the potential for abuse. Eliminating the fee has the potential to open a floodgate of frivolous appeals for every project directly appealable from the Planning Commission to the Coastal Commission. It enables any one resident to appeal every single applicable project by merely filling out a form. The $750 submittal fee is nominal compared to other fees, but at least it provides minimal consideration prior to submitting an appeal. Eliminating the fee is also an unequal protection of law. The purpose of application fees is to offset the cost of review. It's unconstitutional to treat fees as a privilege and apply fees for some reviews, but not for others. That constitutes an unequal protection of law. Removing the fees also going to create more delays and cost more money for both applicants and the planning department, who will now have to prepare for numerous appeals at a time when the planning department is already struggling with the number of projects and hearings. And it's the same for the city council. It's rare that the council gets through a hearing without continuing agenda items. Tonight's a rarity, but this item is a perfect example. This is the third time this item is on the agenda because it's already been continued twice. Eliminating the fee will create more backlog. Finally, let's talk about local control. It's important to recognize that projects would first go through the entire planning process prior to going to the Planning Commission. Also, the commissioners are appointed by the City Council. There should be some faith given to those commissioners. And an applicant still can appeal to the City Council. So I think when you weigh it all out, it's just not worth the risk of allowing any one resident to have the ability to appeal every applicable project by merely filling out a form. Council, please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Cynthia.
Our next speaker is Ken Kearsley, followed by M4, Michelle Calvert, and Evan Contino. Ken, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute in Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor and City Council, thank you for this hearing. I'd like to remind you of a little history. In 1978, we started a group called Malibu Citizens for Good Community Planning to get rid of the county. What the county was doing to us was horrible, horrible planning. We fought for that and built a city on the basis that we would be equal in every way. George Santayana said, those who cannot remember their past are condemned to repeat it. What we did was, we didn't have, in the beginning, we didn't have a planning commission. We had a city council, and the city council had to do the planning hearing. Then later, after a year, we appointed a city council, a planning commission. And we didn't have a fee. And guess what? Everything was appealed. The city council was basically taken out by gadflies. And the Coastal Commission was filled with half their agenda, more than half sometimes, with Malibu issues. Thus, that's why I don't know if you ever heard of it. That is why the Coastal Commission paid $120,000 to hire a consultant to write an LCP for us. And by the way, this council should never forget, they wrote, the Coastal Commission wrote our LCP. You have to have some skin in the game. You can't attract gadflies. Now, every gadfly has a right to speak. But the gadflies that we attracted, we had one lady go to the Coastal Commission saying that she didn't like the color of the appellant's house. Besides that, the Coastal Commission just basically folded, and we ended up with a huge bureaucratic mess. Now, anybody who lives in the city of Malibu knows that the one issue politically is the time and money that it takes to build a house or to remodel a house. And it's a major political issue, and it's going to be a major political issue in the next election. What you're doing.
That's your time.
Thank you, Ken. Who's next?
Our next two speakers on the list, M4 and Michelle Calvert, do not appear to be present in the meeting, so we'll try to circle back to them at the end, and we'll hear from Evan Contino, followed by Howard Rudsky and Nino Pasella.
Hi, this is Evan Contino from Burge Architects. I just wanted to continue Cynthia Martin's comments in that I believe the current $750 fee is heavily subsidized as it is in favor of the appellant, as we all see how much time and effort is spent from city staff, the planning department, in order to put together information for an appeal. We can easily conclude that time and resources a lot more than $750. And keeping that fee in place separates the real and more serious appeals from the ones that are coming from a place of just possibly misinformation that once provided can make the appeal go away. So I'm against removing the fee in order to save already the limited resources that we have at City Hall. The second thing I might, maybe I don't understand the proposal as well, but I imagine this works the other way for an applicant who has a negative declaration from the Planning Commission and wants to appeal that decision. And again, we all know how much time and effort the Planning Commission goes into hearing applicants and projects. And if anyone could just appeal that decision because they don't like it, again, the floodgate of abusing city resources is open. So I feel the $750 fee is nominal to just keep serious appellants only. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan.
Our next speaker is Howard Rudsky, followed by Nino Pasella.
Hi, guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, Howard.
Hi. I'm driving and I'm trying to pull over. Can you come back to me?
Sure.
Thanks.
You give me one moment here, Mayor. I'll see if we have any other speakers present. I still do not see M4 or Michelle Calvert or Nino Pasella, but we have a raised hand from Craig Hill.
Yeah, before we go to Craig Hill, can you explain what M4 is?
The name that was submitted, it's the first initial M and the last name is FOR.
Okay. Craig?
Yeah, hi. Not my place to have a comment on this really, but just a quick clarification that I haven't heard yet. That right now appeals to coastal take typically several years to get through. So as it is now, I mean, as much as plenty of things that people have said are probably correct, it's easy for somebody to appeal in those cases where they can appeal it to coastal straight away. They can do that and hang up the applicant or the opponent, as the case may be, for several years. Whereas if you implemented this, you might be able to get through some of those appeals quicker. So without putting an opinion one way or the other, there is that factor in the mix too. Thanks.
Thanks, Craig.
And Mayor, I've checked again and I still don't see the three people we missed earlier. Would you like to try to circle back to Howard Rudsky?
Yeah, Howard, have you managed to pull over yet?
No, but I will in 3 seconds. Just give me 3 seconds and take it off my 3 minute.
One.
Now we're already past 3 seconds, but just go ahead and pull over. We don't want you driving carelessly.
All right. So now I've joined the Comedy Store, huh? All right. I'm parked. Thank you, Mayor and council members. By removing the fees, you weaponize the appeals process to a new level. It allows anyone to appeal anything with no real cause of action or basis in the code, just a desire to stop or prolong a project so the applicant either runs out of money or desire to continue the project. I understand the objective, not to let them go to coastal first. This is exactly what they want. They want to go to the city because if they go to the city, it'll take the applicant 6 to 8 months more of time, money, taxes, insurance, consultants, etc. And then by the time the applicant actually gets to your appeal process, they've spent 3 years or more, no less than $250,000 on the project, and tens of thousands of dollars in consultants fees. Then the city will spend thousands of dollars on the appeal. By the time the appellant's done, asking the planner, the head planner, Yolanda, health, geology, public works, and don't forget public records requests. And let's not forget, staff's already overworked. We have quite a bit less staff at City Hall, and the time that it takes away from fire victims, public works, public safety, etc., is tremendous. The last election, I believe, was about bringing Malibu back to where we have families and local activities, the schools filled with kids, and this proposal does the exact opposite. It just makes it so that the very wealthy and the developers will be able to build here for people that come once in a while and don't participate in our city, our shops, or our local activities. I've spoke to quite a few residents that oppose the measure. Please don't approve this measure. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Howard. Do we have any other public comment?
I still don't see M4 Michelle Calvert or Nino Pasella in the meeting. I'm sorry, I think we might actually just have had someone join. Yes, it looks like we do have Michelle Calvert now in the meeting, so we can hear from her next.
Okay. Michelle, are you there?
Michelle, you should see a pop-up asking you to unmute. Miss Calvert, you are unmuted. Michelle, are you able to speak into your microphone? We can't hear you.
Chelsea, could you start the timer? We'll give Ms. Calvert 30 seconds to be able to speak, or we'll move on.
Absolutely.
We won't count that against it, but it'll just give us an idea of how 30 seconds runs. Okay, stop the clock, please. Speak now or forever hold your peace. I think we can say that concludes public comment unless anybody else has their hand up.
No, you don't have any other raised hands from the public, and I don't see the other two speakers we were looking for earlier.
Okay. That takes us to council comments. Who wants to start?
Let me start. if I could, Bruce.
Paul beat you to it. I'm sure he's going to defer to you, but let's give him the first chance anyway.
Doug, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Paul. Thanks everybody. During the campaign, I think we all hear a lot of voices talk to us and go, I got a great idea. I got this good idea. And I was hoping that we'd hear from some of the people that spoke to me during the campaign about, gee, this would be a great idea. Let's try and keep local control. Let's bring the Coastal Commission out of our appeal process and see if we can't do this locally. And as the mayor said, when I think even before the election or after the election, this has been a topic that people had wanted to bring forward at the prior council. I think that was a fair statement. And there had actually been some work done on a draft. And my thought was, all right, listen, one of the things we want to do in this council is hear from all the voices in the city. And if people think there's a good idea and they think this is a good way to do it, then let's put it forward and have it considered. Not necessarily automatically passed or anything else, but let's put it up for a hearing. Let's make sure that sunlight gets a chance to see these things. So Mayor Silverstein had done some work on this, and as a matter of fact, he did a great job putting this together. And it looks like it's a good idea to start. And I will tell you that my reasons for being a co-sponsor on it, besides the fact I thought it was a worthy topic to be considered, I think as I said before, the residents that think they have a better idea, we ought to hear from them. So it's a good idea. It has merit on the surface. Let's see what it's like. And if it does keep items off the Coastal Commission calendar and we get to resolve them here in the city, that's for the good of all. However, now it's 3 months later, and I've had a lot of input on this from people, and we've done some more research on it. And as the report says, this is a report prepared by Councilman Silverstein and myself. We didn't get the city staff to help us on it because, as people have said, they're busy. So we said, and we can do the work on this, get it started, and let's have the discussion here, an open topic. But since then, I've learned that this is not a new topic. There was a report given to the City Council in November of 2011, which addresses this issue and several others about the appeal process. It's actually a very good report. And if you didn't see the 2011, I think we'd probably say it probably could be 2023. And in that report, it talked about this issue and what they were trying to accomplish and save the city from. And Richard Malika also provided some metrics on how often we are going to Coastal Commission without stopping at the City Council. Turns out since 2015, 7 years, there have been 9 that have gone straight to the Coastal Commission. Hardly a waterfall of appeals, and probably doesn't justify what we're talking about here. And we also have a consultant study underway. It's Baker Tilly report. And candidly, I didn't realize it was going to cover things such as this. I thought it was more about staffing in the planning department, but it's more about process as well as staffing. So I think we've got some changes from what I saw when we originally proposed this. And, one of the things I got out of the report from 2011 is that our appeal process is more mediation than I expected. When you go back and read it, you see the metrics on how many actually get to the council versus how many are appealed. People work these out. It's an opportunity at the city council level to solve their issue locally. Yeah, it would be best if people that were perhaps not interested in actually helping somebody get their house built or was just trying to stop someone from adding on to their house wouldn't do that. But I think we've got a process that's working well right now. So what I'd like to suggest, and this will be something that we hear from everybody on the council, I think what we want to do is hear from the consultant report, see if we really have a solution here that needs to be implemented. And let's table it for the future and see and come back to it. And a phrase that I used with several people is, I think we've got a good solution, but it's in search of a problem. So with that, I'd like to turn it back over to the council and let's see if we've got enough sunshine on this. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Go ahead, Paul.
Okay, my concern is the most recent appeal we did that would have gone straight to coastal. The staff generated a report of over 700 pages. And during that hearing, which took more than a couple hours, there's a substantial amount of staff that has to be here at the meeting as well during that time. And as you look at the names on the on your screen right now, all of those city people are on the clock. And Richard Malika, are you available for a moment to give me any kind of an idea of how much time and how many employee hours are taken up in creating one of the staff reports for something like this?
Certainly, council member. And on average, we range from about 30 to 100 hours. What you saw at the last one for Malibu Colony, which is now at the Coastal Commission level, there was probably a good 50 hours put into that report. And it's not just the planning department that's involved in these, it's the city clerk's office, there are noticing requirements, and also the city manager and city attorney's office as well. So I would say that that last one was, as I mentioned, about 50 reports. Some are 50 hours, I'm sorry. Some are quicker.
And how long was, in terms of months, how long was that appeal working its way through to the point where it got presentable to us?
There was, I'm going to say probably about a good 6 months of time spent because additional materials were given to city reviewers. Like, for example, our city coastal engineer, our city biologist, they received additional information. There was some back and forth between them. There was also some back and forth between the building official and the regional board. And so we would ask for information, get some back. So I would say that if you put together just the amount of time that city staff had it in their hands, not waiting on other information, it probably was about 6 months.
I think 750 doesn't begin to cover the cost of the city putting one of these on. And part of what my thoughts at one point was, great, this sounds great. We'll just let it go to coastal. We won't spend the money on it. We won't hear it, you know, and you know, we can save a lot of money and time, free up some staff time to go forward with things more quickly. But I think really the only way we can save any staff time is if we actually do these appeals, because otherwise everything is going to end up going to us. And it really doesn't make any sense to offer to go through this dance for no dollars and tie ourselves in knots. I just can't see it. So you've got an idea of how I'm leaning on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. Okay, so I have some extensive comments, but before I do, would Marianne or Steve like to comment? No,
yeah, I is that am I okay now?
Yep,
yeah.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I tend to agree with the people who say that this is, at this point in time, this is not a good idea. Anybody can appeal anything, and whether they appeal it because they disagree with it, whether they appeal it because they didn't get everything they wanted at the planning commission. And I think Doug's comment that says we've got this consulting thing going on right now. I have no idea where the hell that's going to turn up, but if you got too many moving pieces all over the place, your chances of just screwing everything up increase, exponentially. So my suggestion is let's hold off on this. Let's see where the consulting thing comes out, what we end up with, and then if we still think it's a good idea, we can always go back and revisit it. So I'm voting no on this one.
Okay, thank you, Steve. So just gonna put out some information and talk about comments we've received. And I see where this is heading, but I think it's an important public discussion, and it's actually the tip of an iceberg. So it's worth having the discussion and worth continuing the discussion in other areas too, so we can reveal more of the iceberg as we go along. With respect to this one specifically, in 2011, the city staff conducted a survey of the appeal fees charged by other coastal cities. And this is right out of the staff report of November 14, 2011. A third of the agencies, that's cities, waived the appeal fee for coastal permits in the appeal jurisdiction area of the coastal zone. The appeal jurisdiction is the area of the coastal zone between the ocean and the first public street. Under state law, should a jurisdiction impose a fee to appeal projects in the appeals jurisdiction area, potential appellants can elect to bypass local decision-making bodies and have the appeal considered by the California Coastal Commission. Jurisdictions such as the city of Carpinteria, city of Morro Bay, and Ventura County waive the appeal fee for appealable coastal permits. Now, we received 3 written comments, 2 from expediters, 1 from an architect. Tonight, we heard from an expediter, an architect, and multiple speakers who I'm going to characterize, because I have before they opened their mouth tonight, as pro-development residents. To any member of the public paying attention to this matter, that should tell you everything you need to know. The residents live here for Malibu's beauty. Developers are interested in another word that begins with B, namely billions. That's how much they extract from Malibu at the cost of its beauty, by continuing to build on our open spaces and replace modest homes with mini mansions and mega mansions. I'm going to read our vision statement. And I know the city council members know it, although I think it helpful to remind everybody, including the public. Malibu is a unique land and marine environment in a residential community whose citizens have historically evidenced a commitment to sacrifice urban and suburban conveniences in order to protect that environment and lifestyle, and to preserve unaltered natural resources and rural characteristics. The people of Malibu are a responsible custodian of the area's natural resources for the present and future generations. Surprised Ken Kearsley didn't quote that, because he's I believe he's one of the people that caused that to come into existence. Mission statement, a little longer, but again, bear with me. Malibu is committed to ensure the physical and biological integrity of its environment through the development of land use programs and decisions, to protect the public and private health, safety, and general welfare. Malibu will plan to preserve its natural and cultural resources, which include the ocean, marine life, tide pools, beaches, creeks, canyons, hills, mountains, ridges, views, wildlife and plant life, open spaces, archaeological, paleontological, and historic sites, as well as other resources that contribute to Malibu's special nature and rural setting. This is what I was talking about earlier when I said we're very different, if not unique. Malibu will maintain its rural character by establishing programs and policies that avoid suburbanization and commercialization of its natural and cultural resources. Malibu will gradually recycle areas of deteriorated commercial development that detract from the public benefit or deteriorate the public values of its natural, cultural, and rural resources. One last paragraph. Malibu will provide passive, coastal dependent, and resource dependent visitor serving recreational opportunities at proper times, places, and manners that remain subordinate to their natural, cultural, and rural setting, and which are consistent with the fragility of the natural resources of the area, the proximity of the access to residential uses, the need to protect the privacy of property owners, the aesthetic values of the area, and the capacity of the area to sustain particular levels of use. You know, I've heard it said we swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of California when we take office. We ought to swear an oath to the vision statement and mission statement. So we received written opposition by Lester Tobias. He says the following: there are only 2 reasons that this draft resolution was generated. The first is that its authors are presenting a well-intentioned yet ill-conceived solution to a problem that only they and perhaps a few other residents perceive to exist. He goes on to say the second is that it's a Trojan horse to make it free for anyone to appeal any project in any zone anywhere within the city limits. Dealing with the first point, Lester says, I must start by saying I had no idea the option of leapfrogging the city council existed when the project is in the appeal zone. At first blush, it seems, as the author suggests, totally unfair. I mean, how dare the Coastal Commission rule on an appeal that hasn't been adjudicated by our highest elected body? So the notion that local control is being usurped at first blush is a valid transgression. Thank you, Lester, for acknowledging that. He then goes on to say, however, the authors of the draft resolution suggest this somehow circumvents the notion of local control, but that's not the case. In the appeal zone of Malibu, there is no ultimate local control because the California Coastal Commission has the final say. Well, that's not so. And this is misunderstood by many people, or deliberately misrepresented by some. The Coastal Commission has a veto over development that the City Council approves. The Coastal Commission does not have the ability to approve any project the City Council denies. Full stop. Ask Richard Malika, ask Trevor Rusin. With the exception of public works projects, anybody who applies for a CDP from the City of Malibu, if the City Council says no, Coastal Commission has no ability to override that no and say yes. They have the ability to override a yes and say no. So we do have local control. So when the Planning Commission approves a project and the appeal goes directly to the Coastal Commission, it enables the Coastal Commission to approve a project that the City Council may have denied. And I think that appeal from last meeting is a perfect example. Thank you for bringing that up, Paul. I'd forgotten about that. That was a situation where the objector did bring the appeal to the City Council. They paid their $750, and we approved it by a vote of 3-2. Now, had that 3-2 vote been a denial, which it very well could have been, it only took one other City Council member to have a different view, that would not have been appealable to the Coastal Commission. That project would have been denied, and we would have had local control over that decision. The Coastal Commission couldn't say, no, we disagree with you, we're going to allow that project. Now, I'm going to talk more about this later, but the fact that that was brought to us gives the lie to the argument that's made that people who want to delay will just come to us for free first and not go to Coastal Commission. People that want to delay are already paying the $750 fee because it's nothing to them to cause delay. People that just want to delay are paying the fee, and then they're going to Coastal Commission on top of that, just like that appellant has done. So having had that appeal for free wouldn't have made any difference. And others won't too. I'm going to talk about that in a few minutes. Lester's other point, which I find a little insulting, the Trojan horse hypothesis, he says, to me makes more sense. As well as the well-intentioned, ill-conceived possibility, it's so easily dismissed, he says. Well, I assure everyone, first of all, this proposal was not intended as a prelude to proposing that the appeal fee be eliminated in its entirety for all appeals. Doug can attest to that. As much as I would support that proposal, because I do think all appeals should be free, I'm confident it wouldn't gain the support of the majority of the City Council, and I've got no intention of proposing something that I know is dead on arrival. This might now be dead, but I didn't think it was when it arrived. Moreover, if I did believe that there'd be a majority support for such a proposal, I wouldn't need to propose the limited fee waiver that's on the table today. Instead, I would have just proposed the elimination of the fee altogether. I didn't do that because it's not the intention. Now, that brings me to Cindy Martin and Don Schmitz, who've submitted written comment, and Cynthia spoke tonight. And Cynthia, thank you for pronouncing my name right. Very few members of the public who comment do. Cynthia's first point is the proposal should be denied because it will lead to frivolous appeals, will create more project delays, constitutes an unequal protection of law, and will not result in a loss of control. In the law, these are called straw man arguments. They're very easy to blow down. Let's take the first one, frivolous appeals. Cynthia said in writing, and it's pretty much what she paraphrased today, elimination of the fee has the potential to open a floodgate of frivolous appeals for every project appealable to the Coastal Commission. It enables any single resident to appeal every applicable project by merely completing a form. Well, that's already the case with the Coastal Commission. As things now stand, to use Ms. Martin's own words, state law, quote, enables any single resident to appeal every applicable project by merely completing a form, if it's in the appealable area. Yet, as Doug pointed out, there are only 1 or 2 appeals per year that bypass the City Council and go directly to the Coastal Commission for free. Why would creating a free appeal to the City Council in the case of an already free appeal to the Coastal Commission create more appeals to the City Council beyond those that are already filed for free at the Coastal Commission. Just doesn't make sense, doesn't compute. Right now, anyone who just wants to fill out a form, fills out the form, and they're at the Coastal Commission. There's not a reason to believe that all of a sudden 10 times that many people are going to start appealing to the city council if they can appeal to the city council for free. What will happen is those people who appeal directly to the Coastal Commission won't be able to. They'll have to come to us. And as Doug pointed out, appeals before the city council are often more of a form of a mediation than an actual decision. And a lot of things get worked out by discussion at the city level. Well, we're depriving those opportunities from occurring by having the appeals be permitted to go directly to the Coastal Commission. Cynthia's second point, more time and money. Removal of the fee will also create more delays and cost more money for both applicants and the planning department, who will now have to prepare for numerous appeals. This is inappropriate at a time when the planning department is already struggling with the number of projects and hearings, and the city council rarely gets through an entire agenda without having to continue matters. This proposal will create further backlog. Again, same response. An appeal to the California Coastal Commission is already free, and there's only 1 or 2 appeals per year that take advantage of the ability to leapfrog the city council. Why would creating a free appeal to the city council in the case of an already free appeal to the Coastal Commission create more appeals? It doesn't put. Next thing, this will also contribute to the loss of small town Malibu. Interesting, loss of small town Malibu in caps. This is from an expediter and proponent of development. Many families have left Malibu because they cannot afford the cost of entitlements and project consultants, such as Woolsey fire victims. Let's raise that as a sympathy card. Adding more costs and delay will further erode the Malibu community as more families leave, and only the uber wealthy and developers will be able to afford the cost of entitlements. I think that comes with a violin playing. Okay, so with respect to that, a very small fraction of the homes burned in the Woolsey fire or within the Coastal Commission appeal zone, and very, very few are left yet to be built. This is again, like I said, a straw man argument. It's an effort to play on sympathy where it doesn't have anything to do with the issue. Of the minority of homes that are within the appeal jurisdiction, most residents who lost their home in the fire are rebuilding already and have a permit. There have not been many appeals of Woolsey fire rebuilds to the City Council or the Coastal Commission. No reason to suspect that a proposed limited appeal fee elimination will open a floodgate to such appeals. Again, it's a straw man. As for small town argument, it's already the case that the vast majority of CDPs granted within the appeal zone are for homes being built by uber wealthy and developers. Billionaires are building some of those homes. It's not the people that are leaving Malibu. It's very wealthy people that are doing strange projects that we ought to have an opportunity to review, even though the Planning Commission has approved them, rather than letting the appeal be leapfrogged over us and potentially be approved by the Coastal Commission when it might have been denied by the City Council and never see the light of day at the Coastal Commission. Now, Ms. Martin then raises equal protection of law, the 14th Amendment. I remember another project that frivolous argument was presented. It is frivolous. No suspect class is involved. Anyone who understands constitutional law knows that unless you're dealing with discrimination on the basis of race, religion, nationality, gender, the only thing that's required for a decision that discriminates among different people or different actors is a rational purpose. Trevor can explain that too. It's always suspect to me when lawyers make an assertion about a constitutional issue and fail to identify so much as a single decision that's said to support their assertion. There is no such thing as unequal protection when it comes to economic issues that have nothing to do with race, religion, gender, all the things I've mentioned before. So that's just, the lengths to which developers go to make arguments about why they don't want this ought to be a signal to everyone on this council that this is an important and proper thing to do. Cynthia says loss of local control, again in all caps. In the staff report, it states there would be a loss of local control if appeals went from the Planning Commission directly to the Coastal Commission, bypassing the City Council. However, under the current code, appellants can still appeal to the council, so there's no loss of local control. Again, not so if the City Council denies the application, which is exactly why the Schmitz firm and other expediters and developers opposed this proposal. And I hope the other members of this council will think about that. Doug and I had another proposal, which was to require that any major consulting issue that needs to be considered, geological analyses, cultural things, wetlands, be done by an independent city consultant, and the same people that got to Doug and got him to withdraw his support for this proposal got to Doug and got him to withdraw his support for that proposal too. I thought I had expected support from someone who said they would support it, Doug. And I understand you've got good reasons for changing your view, and you're entitled to that, but it's not the residents in general that are opposed to these things. It's what I will call the pro-development residents. Now, I already talked about Cynthia Martin's comments. Ken Kearsley, Ken, I respect you dearly, but your comments disproved your argument. In fact, the comment about the one person who went to the Coastal Commission because the color of the house and how frivolous that was, yet it delayed the project. Well, that person could still this day file an appeal to the Coastal Commission about the color of a house if it's in the appeal jurisdiction. Nothing about this proposal would stop that person from going to the Coastal Commission. Can't have this will attract gadflies again, and also he says everything was appealed. This is we're only talking here right now about objectors to projects that were approved by the Planning Commission. In fact, Evan Contino from Burge Architects, who said maybe he doesn't understand it, I submit to you, you don't understand it, because he said it works both ways. The appeals will also be free for the applicants who get a denial. No, it won't, because an applicant who's denied a project at the Planning Commission can only appeal to the City Council. They cannot appeal to the Coastal Commission. And those appeals are the ones that take up the most of our time. The appeals from the applicants whose projects have been denied. Well, they're going to still be the same exact appeals. This isn't going to eliminate the fee for those appeals, which I agree, Paul, is woefully inadequate. Let's increase the fee for the appeals where someone does have to pay. Let's make the applicants pay the true cost of the appeal to the city. But this will not provide the ability of an applicant to appeal free from a denial of their project. It will not provide an appeal for free to anyone where a project is outside the appeal zone. This will only provide a free appeal to a resident who's opposed to a project that's been approved by the Planning Commission, who will otherwise have the right to go to the Coastal Commission and deprive us of our decision-making process. Howard Rudsky weaponizing the appeal process. Again, another resident I respect, but who I have always characterized in the development area, in the pro-development side of this. So again, no surprise. But again, how will this weaponize anything? All this does is give a free appeal to the City Council that otherwise is a free appeal to the Coastal Commission. Any frivolous appeal, any appeal for the purpose of delay goes there, and it can go there anyway. And as Doug pointed out, there's only 2 a year. I actually agree with Craig. And appeals to the Coastal Commission take years. Maybe these things can get resolved more quickly, and maybe they'll dispose of appeals better at the City Council. Sorry I rambled on perhaps too much, because I know I'm heading for a defeat, but I thought these are important issues that ought to get the light of day. As Doug said, they ought to get the light of day. I think we probably should bring back the proposal for independent consultant requirement also, just so it can have the light of day, so the residents can understand how the developers who are manipulating many members of the public based on Woolsey fire concerns and delay concerns and cost concerns, so everyone can understand how those are just straw arguments designed to prevent the city from making informed decisions that are not misled by consultants who work for a developer. And again, the opposition tonight, very interesting who it comes from, interesting who the support comes from. It's the division that we know exists in the city, and if we don't approve this tonight, maybe we'll approve it 2 years from now, the next election, who knows? Mary Ann, you're next.
Thank you. I want to address these constant comments about these developers are the only one that are bringing through projects. The process in order to take a house from conception to approval is a multi-year process. It takes hundreds of thousands of dollars to do it. And oftentimes an individual homeowner does not have the bandwidth or the experience in order to navigate through the very complicated code that we have here in the city of Malibu. And they rely on experts such as architects and expediters to do a lot of the legwork and have connections with the various consultants that we require, from geology to archaeology to environmental health for their septic system to drainage and other issues. It takes an expert in order to navigate through this. There are homeowners that can do it and have been very successful, but I really take issue at this constant attack on people who are here as experts to help our residents through the process. The lengthy process that we have for development discourages the average homeowner from being able to also do a project. And they are met with constant additional requirements and costs, and those costs keep going up and up and up every single year. We need to find a way. If we are serious about having a residential community, we need to find a way to make the process so that it is workable for residents. If you want to eliminate these so-called developers, then make it so a homeowner can do it themselves. Taking issue with our local architects, such as Tobias's office, such as Burge's office, they're here, they're residents, they live in this community, they've raised their families in this community. To just sideline them as developers is also inappropriate. Really, I wanted to just, and I'll keep hammering on this issue. We need to make the process so regular homeowners, average residents can get through our process, and we can encourage smaller homes, and we need to get people back in our schools. We've got to find a solution for this. With regards to the Coastal Commission, they do charge a fee if they are found that their appeal that they have accepted is found to be frivolous. So it isn't true that it is free. There are things where their staff will make a determination that that appeal is not appropriate, and they will charge back the person making the appeal. So that falsehood is out there. So we just need to correct that also. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary Ann. Doug?
Bruce, I have to tell you, I think you've stated the case for this very well. And it's the reason why we brought it forward tonight, was to have the light of day on it. And there's a lot of good reasons for it, a lot of good reasons against it. But I think the reasons against it outweigh it for at least now. I'd like to make a motion that we table this item to a date uncertain to allow us time to see the report from the planning consultants and decide then if there's maybe more things we should do to solve the planning process if it needs anything from the city council's action, and I'm sure it will. So the motion would be, and Trevor's probably going to have to rewrite this for me, postpone this motion for a date uncertain and have it brought back post the report from the planning consultants.
I think to continue to a date uncertain, and then you would like, do you want staff to bring this back when it comes with the consultants, or do you just want to a date uncertain at this point and you can raise it when the report comes back from the consultants?
So let's leave it as a date uncertain, as opposed to having the staff mandated to bring it back. Because I suspect we're going to see maybe a laundry list or a menu of things we need to consider, and this very well may be on that list or not.
So Councilmember Stewart, your motion then is to continue to a date uncertain, correct?
Correct. Paulie, I think you're muted.
Paul, you're going to second that and have something to say?
I was going to second the motion.
So we have a motion and a second. That brings us to discussion on the motion. Paul, your hand is still up. Did you want to discuss?
Sorry, I'm sorry. No,
That's okay.
pardon me.
Okay, so I'll just very briefly say the following, which is, Marianne, I actually agree with much of what you said and disagree with some. First of all, I couldn't agree more that we need to find a way to make development available to the average resident. Regular homes should be able to be built without the rigmarole that exists. And I think if you do your homework and look at what the appeals have been, you'll find the appeals that have gone to us and the appeals that have gone to the Coastal Commission are not, for the most part, the appeals of regular homes by regular homeowners. It's people that are, for the most part, pushing the limits, pushing past the limits, that are the ones that give rise to all the work that the Planning Commission has to do to struggle with projects that probably should never have been presented in the first place. But what the hell, you've got a lot of money, you can try to get it done, and you cause a clog in the pipeline for everyone else that's doing their modest projects. You then go to the Planning Commission and strain their time and efforts with these ridiculous projects, and sometimes you bring them to City Council, sometimes somebody bypasses us and goes to the Coastal Commission. But for the most part, this isn't why it's so difficult and expensive to build a house in Malibu. Not because there's an appeal or not an appeal to the City Council from a denial of a Planning Commission decision, because that's the only one of these that's going to, I'm sorry, from a grant of a Planning Commission decision, because that's the only one that's going to be free under this proposal. And I didn't mean to suggest, I didn't say, and I didn't mean to suggest that the average homeowner who's trying to build a modest average home is a developer just because they are working with an architect. Don Schmitz's firm isn't representing the average homeowner making a modest house, I assure you, and you know that. People know that. Coastal Commission appeals are free. In litigation, courts can also assess fees for frivolous appeals. It's almost never done, and the Coastal Commission almost never assesses a fee for a frivolous appeal. And I would like to know, because I don't think there are any, in the last decade, if any appeal to the Coastal Commission for Malibu resulted in an assessment of a fee for a frivolous appeal. It's an extremely high bar, and they just don't do it. So that's another straw man argument. So those are my comments. Steve, you're next.
Yes, Doug, would you accept a friendly amendment? What I'd like to do is, look, I agree at the moment that says we've got this consulting program going on, and I don't know where the heck that's going to go or what we're going to end up with in terms of results, but I don't think I want to screw up the mix any more than I have to until we get an answer, because that's the real issue. I mean, what is causing this extensive delays in getting stuff done? So what I'd like to do is propose something that says, as opposed to leaving it go till a date uncertain, I mean, along with 30 days after we get the report from the consulting group, we come back and we revisit this issue. I think that, there's some benefit in taking a good look at it. And I just don't want to see it get lost in the course of human events. So if you were to just, that's my suggestion. We come back, everything you said, keep it till we get the staff report from the consultants, and then 30 days after that, we bring this back for another review.
Accept that, Doug?
Steve, if we could make it maybe 60 days, because I think we're going to need to have a little time to digest what they've given us. But I like the idea, and there's merit in this proposal. We just have to find out if it's really beneficial to the city. So if you'll take it for 60 days, I'll go along with it.
How about 45 days?
How about $1.25?
I just don't look. There's some good arguments to do.
45 days. We'll do
All
it.
right, done. Thank you.
Okay, so Paul, will you accept that friendly amendment?
No, I won't. And I'm not going to accept it because I think that we need a little time to absorb whatever the report we are paying for says. And as far as the other stuff that has gone on here, I think that this process is much more difficult than it needs to be. And we need to we need to vote on the, the motion up or down and move on. We still got only have two things on the agenda. I don't think either one of them is going to take any time. But if we never get to it, you know, we never get to it.
So how do we do this? If
Steve, hold on, Steve. Steve,
I'm sorry.
Steve, hold on. Mary Ann, you're next.
I was going to make a suggestion that A&F, as they're looking at the next year's budget, we look at changing the fee structure on submittal of homes and put it on a sliding scale for square footage. And you could, you know, if you're confident that the larger homes and the more problematic homes are the ones, then possibly building something to the fee there in the anticipation. That way we keep the cost lower on the smaller, more modest homes, and the larger ones are looking at a greater fee, or maybe anticipating that there may be additional layers of review that's going to be necessary. That way, you know, hopefully we can incentivize people to build smaller homes by a lower fee. But I agree with Paul. I think we need to go ahead and make the vote on this and move on to the additional items on the agenda.
Okay. Now, Steve Euring, you had something further to say?
I'll just say, I mean, let's assume Doug agrees with my friendly amendment, makes it 45 days. How can we get a second without?
No. The way the protocol works is that you need a acceptance of the friendly amendment by the motion and the seconder. And
if we don't get that,
so the friendly amendment died.
Okay,
that's just the way the process works.
I understand. I tried.
You did, and you can vote no, but in any event, the friendly amendment is not part of the proposal. My final comment, and then if there are no other comments, we will take a vote. Is I just want to note, when I spoke with the consultant, they actually were shocked at the amount of time it takes to get an appeal heard by the city council, and I agree. And I was told that it probably shouldn't take more than 30 days from the planning department, from the planning commission's decision, and there shouldn't be a need for a further report from the planning department. From the planning department, there shouldn't be any changes to the project. The project that was before the planning commission and the report that supported the decision that was made by the planning commission should just be packaged up and presented to the city council 2 meetings later. I agree with that. That would and I would support that. But that's for another day. I like Mary Ann's. Mary Ann, you didn't quite say this way, but I like the thought that maybe when we bring this one back, because I know where this vote's going, it can be tweaked further, and it could only be a free appeal from a grant of a project above a certain size, because that will not give the free appeal then to someone who's trying to stop a modest home by an average person, which again are not the appeals we're seeing for the most part. So it's the mega mansions, the properties that are being increased in value at the cost of the mission statement and the vision statement. Again, the beauty is going to the billions.
Can we call the question, please?
If there are no further comments, then we'll call the question. Does anybody else have any comments? Okay. Can we have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Stewart?
Yes.
Just maybe Trevor could repeat the motion so everyone knows what we're voting on.
The motion is to continue this item to a date uncertain.
Thank you.
Councilmember Grisanti?
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Euring?
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein?
No.
Motion carries.
Great. Does anybody want to break, or should we go to item 7B?
How about 10 minutes?
Okay. See you at 9:19. Let's call it 9:20. right, it's 9:20. That brings us to item 7B, designation of voting delegate and alternate voting delegate for the 2023 Southern California Association of Governments, SCAG, Annual Regional Conference and General Assembly. Do we have a staff report?
Mayor and council, I'll jump in. This is a fairly a routine, regular course of business. It's really up to the council who they would like to choose as their voting delegates. There's no particular rotation or seniority assigned with this, and I think generally that has been worked out by the council members and mainly been due to who among council members was willing and available to attend the conference. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Steve. Do we have any public comment?
I'm checking right now to confirm, and no, you don't have any speaker signups for this item or any raised hands from the public.
Okay, that takes us to council comments and discussion. Who wants to do this?
I did it last year. I don't know if anybody else wants to do it, and I'm more than welcome to have somebody else do it. Basically, you drive out to the desert and you spend a full day, spend the night, and then spend a full day voting on stuff, hopefully, and talking about what needs to be done and what other governments are doing. And most of their concerns are not the same as ours. As you noticed earlier, Bruce, we are in an enviable position of not seeking additional tourism or industry. So, but there is some interesting stuff that goes on there, and it's a good thing to do. So I don't know if anybody else is interested, but by all means, if somebody's willing to do it, I'd be glad to vote for them.
You know, I actually think it's a wonderful opportunity, and I am interested, but I have a different commitment for that same weekend. So I'm going to bow out of that unless nobody else does it, in which case I may change my commitment. Mary Ann?
I can do it.
Okay.
So do we need to have a roll? Well, we need an alternate also. I assume, Mary Ann, you want to be the primary, the delegate?
Sure.
Does anybody want to be or willing to be the alternate delegate?
I could be alternate.
Okay.
With the understanding, of course, that I'm not going to go unless she says at the last minute something came up.
Okay.
Let's see, Palm Desert in May. What's that, about 95 degrees at that point?
Well, you'll never get to
hotter.
see the outside. Don't worry about it.
Much warmer. Okay, so do we have any discussion at all on this, or want to just have a roll call? Roll call, please, Kelsey.
If someone could make the motion and second it, I'd be happy to take the roll call.
I'll move that Mary Ann be appointed our delegate and Paul be appointed the alternate delegate.
I'll second.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Uri,
Yes.
motion carries.
Okay.
Great. Mary Ann, put your hand down, please.
No, sorry.
No problem. Okay, the last item on the agenda is council appointment to the Public Works Commission. I believe this is Paul's item. It's not really for the council so much as it's for Paul, but Paul, do you want to make a comment before we ask the public if they have any comment?
My comment is that I was surprised to have people, applications from people who didn't bother to call me first, which I thought was interesting, but or after, by the way. So,
Okay, so are you making an appointment?
I would like very much to appoint Don.
Councilmember Grisanti, just
Yes.
before you do that, I just wanted to confirm you don't have any speaker signups for this item, and I don't have any raised hands from the public, so you can go ahead and take that action.
Okay, well, actually, I wasn't asking Paul to make the appointment so much as I thought it would be helpful for the public to know who he was appointing in case they had a comment thereafter. But go ahead, Paul.
I would like to make the appointment of Don McClay, who has lived on on the point for many, many years, and nice man, has a degree in engineering. I've found him to be a practical person who has good sense.
Okay, so is there any public comment now that they've heard who the appointment is?
I do not see any. Oh, we have a raised hand from the public. We'll hear from Joe Drummond next.
I just wanted to make a comment that I was hoping for another woman, but it's fine. I'm glad that Marianne appointed, I think it's Mika, or I'm not sure, but she was great, and I'm just making that comment. Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Any other public comment?
I don't see any other raised hands from the public, and I don't have any speaker signups. That concludes public comment.
Paul, I've met Don. I think he's a great guy. I think it's a great appointment. Good. Any other comments from anyone?
I think it's I've met him too. He's a wonderful asset, and the engineering background is wonderful for us.
All right, so that appointment is in the books. That takes us to adjournment in memory of Guy Weston Embry. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Can we have a roll call, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Uri,
Yes.
Councilmember Riggins,
Yes.
Councilmember Grisanti,
Yes.
Councilmember Stewart,
Yes.
Mayor Silverstein,
Yes.
motion carries.
Adios, guys.
Bye.
Adios. Good night.
Happy
Good night,
Valentine's Day tomorrow. Bye.
Bye.